Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, January the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, North. A couple of yeses, so I just got them. You can hear me and see my screen. So a bunch of takeovers actually today. CINC or buyouts. CINC has been bought out. In case you're wondering, why don't I talk? Whoops, CINC, CINC. I'm talking about it. You can just see the flatlining. That's your almost your 100% clue that a stock has been bought out. And then there's AMYT, AMYT, another buyout. And there was another one, ALBO, ALBO, another buyout. You got all the flatlining, all bios. And before we move on, I should put this in the announcement. So AUY is the trade of the week, considered live at 595. Of course, you don't have to do it right at 595. You don't do it at all. You don't have to do it at all. I'd wait for the market to open for sure. But that is the trade of the week. AUY. Another gold play following on the heels of last week's AGI. So BABA's big pop this morning, BABA. So with Mr. Jack Ma basically ceding control of the company, less than 50% anyway. And I guess there's maybe another bit of hope that his aunt, ANT, not publicly traded, of course, but his holding company may again look to go public. Lululemon, LULU. It's not an earnings play, but they're guiding lower, prepping the market. So they're guiding lower, 10% down right now. And that's Lululemon, LULU. SONN, SONN. Still holding its gains, not bad. Got up to 214, back down to 169. A collaboration with Roche. I'm just hearing NVAX. NVAX is NVAX is starting to pop here. Interesting level for it to take out if it takes out 12. So what are we at now? 1154. Takes out 12, and the next high is is that right? 1416. So stick an alert right around 12, $12. If it does take that out, then it's got a lot of room looking left. So they're all cheering the fact that the CEO is going to retire and a new guy is taking over. That seems to be the reason. Just popping here, guys. NVAX. This could be an interesting one. I mean, it's already interesting, but Voyageur, VYGR, VYGR. Okay, so it's given up. Let's see, what was it up to? $11. That's a pretty big pullback right now from 11 to 9. They have a deal with NBIX in which NBIX is giving them $175 million in cash and equity. Okay, and they're, of course, a collaboration. Gene therapy deal. Well, it's just, guys, it's getting really, it's almost at that level now. 1204, what did I say the next high was? 1116 is the next high. I'm sorry, what am I talking about? Right over here, 1202. So it's above that high right now, 1202. Just ripping on the fact that the CEO is leaving and some other guys taking over. CVAC is, I don't know, I can't remember what the news was on Friday, but this is a continuation play. CVAC, look at its move here, another 24% after having a tremendous day on Friday. It's not a low float. I mean, 56 million, not crazy high, but it's not a low float. Oh, there was another buyout. DCT, I forgot to mention that one. DCT is another buyout. Duck Creek Technologies, another buyout. Hopefully I got this right. ADGN. Yeah, I think it's APGN. D, something like a P here. Okay, so VF Hutton initiates coverage and puts an $8 price target on them. Okay, so you're sitting at a 156 or with a 156 stock, initiating coverage by, I wish it were Wedbush, but it's EF Hutton. I'm just picking on this one. This is a China stock. This has been really ripping. Came off the lows of, looks like that would have been Tuesday. The low was 37.53 on Tuesday, 46.60 now and running a bit again, FUTU, financial stock, of course. So all to do with, you know, 2-year internet crackdown coming to an end in China, maybe. You remember Cala, guys? CALA, basically saying we're going out of business. Look at Cala. Holy smokes. Hopefully nobody had this one. I mean, board approval of complete liquidation and dissolution. So hopefully nobody had that one. SPRB, when I first saw it, it was actually down, but it has popped up again. When I first saw it, it actually had gapped down a little bit. But I guess what they've done is they have provided clinical program updates and anticipated milestones for 2023. So that caused that stock to move a little higher again. And that's SPRB. And Teva, now I'm confused because I thought Teva had already settled this opioid. I know they've had press releases before about settling opioid, but I thought that was okay. So this has been ongoing, but now they've got 48 of the 58 or 50 states. Okay. All right. HRMY. Is that HRMY from Captain? Let's see what that one's all about. HRMY, Harmony. So why this one? Okay, so this is late Friday, appointing some guy as an interim CEO, etc. No volume yet, though. Oh, it was related to NVAX CEO. Okay. And Ija is suggesting that we keep an eye on Jasper. Had a little run Friday, but gave it up. Yeah, I mean, it's still in a pretty steep downtrend still. Remember, we got up to 194, but then it closed right down here, 151, having a little bit of a move again. Yeah, the trade of the week is AUY. I guess I'll post it up here. Another gold play, 595 trigger. All right, so there's AUY. So I got a 595 trigger. I know it's there right now, but I'd always wait for the market to open if you're thinking about taking this one. And again, it's another gold play, kind of like AGI last week. And AGI last week, I believe it was 1014 or so, 1014 or 1017. That was the trigger. So if you took it, you could still be in it. But we'll see what happens with this week's gold play. All right, and let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, well, in keeping with the theme of last week, just a ton of there were actually a lot of upgrades, but there are a lot more downgrades. But actually, yeah, more upgrades today than I've seen. Let me get a few of them in. I've got that whole list that I can display it. Okay. See if there's anything interesting, maybe a Wedbush upgrade with some little stock. I see Goldman's upgrading a TME. Theme, keeping in the theme of China, maybe relaxing a lot of their measures. Of course, there's Brazil, guys. Actually, when I saw PBR was basically flat, but all sorts of action happening, unfortunately, in Brazil right now. I didn't see that. Actually, let me just take a look at BRZU. I didn't really see that it was. Yeah, I mean, it's down 2.8%, but I looked at PBR, and PBR was basically flat when I saw it. Yeah. Anyway, stuff happening in Brazil. Ooh, MMV. Why do I have an alert here? MMV. Okay, this MMV was, yeah, I mean, it's going to be active again. It is active right now. A little bit, had gapped down just a little bit. MMV. All right, just a few more of these upgrades to go. I'd say it's a big list and a bigger list of downgrades. I saw Uber had an upgrade. Uber had an upgrade from Piper Sandler. I think they put a $32 price target on it, and that is Uber. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, let me get some of the downgrades in now. And it is oh yeah, wow. I can't fit it on one monitor. Okay, well, I'll try to get as many as I can, but just don't have enough. I have to scroll down a lot. Market's in for a little bit of a pop again, but though we had a nice day, of course, on Friday. The market's due for is looking for a little pop this morning. Looking at the SPY. Looking for any Goldman downgrades. Yeah, there's just so many. I'm gonna have to just cut this list. Wow. I mean, this is a massive, massive list. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to cut it, guys. There's just way too many for me to type in. I'm hearing HKD, HKD. Okay, on the way down. Did a couple more in, and that's it. Good morning, Lance, in our YouTube, and any other YouTubers lurking around, and anybody in our Discord room. Good morning. Even the best of us make mistakes. Good for you, William. Well, look at this MMV. Seeing if there's any little news associated with it. Probably not, but let me take a look. MMV. No, I don't see any news about it. Just it's again, that's a recent SPAC deal, of course, and it's done well so far. All right, 9:20. Better quickly take a look at the major sectors. Again, everything should be the only one I wouldn't know necessarily because I haven't looked at what the price is energy, but every other sector should be positive. All right, so energy, not even energy, but energy is positive too. So what does this mean? So XLE, that is the major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 100% in green, what does that mean? It means that every single stock that makes up XLE is above Friday's close. Okay. And there is really, I mean, consumer staples, kind of 50-50. Retail's about 50-50. Technology, 87%, XLK technology. Materials, just looking, would have thought I would have thought most of them would be well above 50%, but I am wrong. So anyway, that's the glimpse of what the market's looking like. about 10 minutes before they open. Financials, about 75% of them are above Friday's close. And let's take a quick look to see where they are in relation, some of them anyway, in relation to the 200-day moving average. Here we go. Okay, so there's XLE. So it is now starting to move away from that 200-day moving average. Remember, that green line right there is the 200-day. It was starting to get, what was that? That was, I guess, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, it might have been Friday. That because we had a holiday Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Maybe that was Tuesday. Anyway, that's the fourth. Starting to get close to that 200-day, but starting to move away from it now. There's XLE. Let's take a look at the retail sector, XRT. It's hard to climb, within striking distance, I guess, of the 200-day. I thought I read somewhere Macy's is really guiding poorly about holiday sales. Let's take a look at financials, XLF. XLF. Yeah, financials, yeah, they were hanging around that 200-day moving average. They're starting to move away from it. And of course, a real beaten up sector, communications, can't even see the 200-day. There it is. Even communications is starting to move a little bit towards it. Interesting. And I think we'll find that technology is trying to move towards it also. Not as much. Communications is actually having a bit of a rally. The other really bad one was discretionary, consumer discretionary, what it's doing. I mean, it's still probably the worst one. I mean, communications is actually surprised here, trying to rally a little bit the last few days, last week and a half, maybe. And healthcare. Let's take a look at healthcare, XLV. Yeah, still hanging above the 200-day moving average, still hanging above it. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. Yeah, I've seen that. I'm just trying, I wish they had the symbols such that I could just copy them. What would it look like if I did it like this, though? Yeah, I can't get the whole. What would happen? This might look horrible, but let's just take a look what would happen. So I pardon the mess if it's going to be very messy. Yeah, it's pretty jumbled, but it does give targets and all that, which is nice, I guess. All right, give me one moment, please. All right, guys. So FUTU is, yeah, really not inching its way up. It is really making a big move here. So the high on Thursday was 47.93, 47.93. Then the high on December 30th was 49. You can kind of see if it can take this out. And the next high is $61, guys. So this is this $50 level, 49 to 50, 49 to $50 level for FUTU. Pretty key here. It takes that out because you just have to look at that potential gap fill. So if we can believe what is, happening in China, I mean, that's the problem. They could come out tomorrow and say, you know what, we're going to continue this internet crackdown. Because I think the problem with that at FUTU had, let's take a look at Tiger, is that they were not allowed to solicit clients from the mainland. I think that was the deal. I think they're Hong Kong based. Well, speaking of earnings, we're getting closer, guys. Next week, not next week, but January 18th, so about a week and a half from now. Excuse me. Let's take a look at Goldman when they release. I know some of the banks release the same week. Got something going on with, oh, well, that's because I typed it in wrong. Yeah, January 17th, so close on the 18th. So yeah, not next week, but the week after will be was big start of earnings season. That's okay. Market's going to open in about 45 seconds. So, well, everybody, let's have a great start to this trading week. I'm going to get rid of this right here. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm going to let things settle down a little bit anyway. Good morning, Cyber. Yeah, I wasn't wrong. Yeah, Macy Shares. I thought I saw issued Q4 adjustment, EPS and sales guidance, not predicting a very good Christmas for them, I guess, or holiday season for them. We're now open, guys. So let's see. Let's see what's happening here. Anything new popping up? Yeah, so the Albo, yeah, it's popping up, but this, remember, it's a buyout, so I wouldn't. Dawn, D-A-W-N, D-A-W-N. Didn't really see this one. Well, it's a pretty good volume. Trading higher after the company announced top line data from its pivotal phase 2. So, all right. But it did pop up too. Now, I don't know how long it was there, how many shares actually traded up at 40.21. Did get up there, pulled right back down to 29. It's starting to sink from here. You cannot load. I cannot load from the cloud. When you say my scanner, are you talking about the scans that I'm sharing, or just trade ideas in general? Well, look at Futu, guys. FUTU. This is ripping here. It takes out 50. I mean, again, look left on this. Could be a multi-dayer. It's already had a nice 37 to $49 pop. So, Mike, I need more information. When you say my scanner or trade idea scanner, are you talking about file load from cloud? I need more information. So right now, I'm okay. I can load anything I want from my cloud. So the market's nice open. If you're looking for a nice positive open so far. Mike, can you hear me? Okay, so you're talking my scans. Okay, so let's just take a look, make sure. All right, so here is my home page. And here's my scans are here. So let's just take a look at this one. The pre-market actives up and down. Click. Looks okay. It's not saying an error. Here's the link right there. Copy the link. Oops. Copy the link. And then file load from cloud. There's the link right there. I can see it right there. Load it. And here it is. So you must be doing something wrong, or is it a specific one you're trying to load that maybe not? I mean, it's, anything is possible, but I haven't deleted any links lately. So which one are you trying to load that you can't? RVNC guys, RVNC, really not a lot of action in the pre-market, but RVNC is, yeah, nice move here. See if there's any news on it. Providing an update on Daxify, whatever that is. Daxify commercial launch. 77 million, not a low float. Okay, guys, critical area now for Macy's M, right at the 200-day moving average. 2046 is the 200-day moving average. So it's right at 2056 now. If it took that out, probably a lot of support though, around 20. So I don't know. I mean, it would take a bunch to probably get it through 20. So Mike, need more information. Need to know what scan you're trying to load that is not from my homepage, and I'll do it on mine and just see if the link is maybe broken. So Lyft is moving higher too, guys. I'm probably okay. Jeffries hold in a 12 price target. Well, it's already above that, so even this dog has a trying to have a little pop here. Bed Bath and Beyond, Triple BY has earnings tomorrow, such as they are going to be. It's working now. Okay, good. The education stock. Maybe they're going to come back also. Go to. Wow, in fact, it has. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's back almost to where it was. So all this news about China cracking down on online education, that caused this stock to basically move down. And now look at this big V. Probably EDU is looking a little bit the same. EDU, yeah, and TAL, TAL, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Billy is doing a financing, 15.3 million shares. I don't know what the price is. BILI. Okay, so far, no big deal out of SONN. And Voyageur is not really, it seems that excited about getting $175 million. Now, again, it's cash and equity and an equity investment. So that is from NBIX, a deal they've got, but market is just selling it off. Somebody mentioned Rite Aid, RAD. Yeah, a little pop here. Some volume coming in to Rite Aid. Traders circulating merger and acquisition take private rumors. Shoot, I forgot to mention this one, this ARWR. Kind of had had a pop up this morning when I first saw it, and then it dropped immediately. This is ARWR. And yeah, I know I forgot to mention this. Data, Takeda and Arrowhead announce top line results, phase two. So obviously the market is not liking them. And that is ARWR. Okay, give me a moment here, guys. My single stock window is stuck. We're looking at working like mad over the weekend, I know. Hmm. Okay. Just give me a moment. I was going to tell the developers, but I guess it's sort of fixed now. There we go. Okay. Well, guys, CVAC is on the move here. CVAC on the move. So rally continues after impressive clinical results. The impressive results were on Friday, of course, had the big move on Friday. And where's the next resistance area? Looking at the daily chart. I have to look at the weekly chart. Okay, so what are we at now? We're at 1031. So there's a high right there of 1210. There's a high of 1057, 1018. So a little high right there at 1057. So we're at 1042 right now. Then after that, if it can get through that, 1210. So yeah, I mean 1057, the key area. I'm going to stick an alert up in that area. It did get there in the pre-market. Because if it does, the next high on the weekly chart anyway is around 1239. So it still have some room. And here's the RVNC. Just mentioned this one. Just probably put on $4. Update again on their Daxify commercial launch. All right, guys, CVAC. Well, I mean, it's got the room now. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but CVAC has room to the 12 mark. Here's another little one, guys. Grab is moving. Didn't see this one really in the pre-market. Look at the volume coming in. It's a big float. That's right. This is a big float. 1.74 billion in the float. But Grab is moving. Some big volume coming into it. Ah, well, you know what? I got some of the CVAC, not as much as I wanted. Got about a partial fill on it. Shoot. Ah, man, oh man, that CVAC. I had an order in and I'd say I got a partial fill. Well, let's see now, it's pulling back. So this was a big one on Friday, guys. AEHR, the high was 25. It's at 24 right now. Yeah, I tell you, if Macy's breaks 20, that'd be a pretty big break because looks like there's a pretty good support in that area. But you're right, Macy's does that. All right, APGN guys, after a bit of a choppy pre-market, had some news. APGN had some news. EF Hutton putting an $8 price target on them. Okay, EF Hutton putting an $8 price target on them. So let's see what the next high is. 237 looks like the next high, 237. Yeah, I did see that Cala was shortable at IB. You know, shorted to nothing. No, I didn't even realize that APGN had been halted. So APGN had actually been halted. It had resumed, got halted at 187, resumed at 193. So no major pop for it, APGN. Uber continues to move higher on that. I think it was a $33 price target through the 200-day moving average now. Look at the airlines here, guys. The airlines. Let's take a look at jets. Sure, it's not just Delta. Yeah, look at the airlines. Nice to see through the 200-day moving average. Finally, the airlines through the 200-day moving average, JETS. Yeah, SPY's making a big move here. APGN missed it. Missed it. APGN missed it. Next high is 237. That's what I was saying, 237. So it's at 238 right now. I did not take it. And halted again. Yes. Okay, how's the trade of the week doing? How's gold doing in general? AUY. So hasn't really moved yet. The trigger is 595, so it's right there. Hasn't really done much. A lot of volume. Big float, almost a billion in the float. Traded over 1 million shares, but hasn't moved yet. Well, it seems a little crazy. Jeffrey's coverage with a hold and target 12. That is for lift, LYFT. So it's at 1281 right now. Now, RVNC, guys, RVNC. Didn't get this one either. CUTR, guys, CUTR, big level for it to be at right now. Not a great spread. 29.90, 30.17, sitting at 30, down 25%. And that's its preliminary unaudited financial results for 2022. So they look like they release on the 21st of February, but they're doing this a little early. Sort of prepping the market. Yeah, so some of the small crypto plays like Mara, Riot, somebody was mentioning Coin earlier. That's a small one, but Coin was, almost, it was a lifetime low on Friday. But nice little run here for it, over 11% now. All right, Rumble. So on Friday, they launched a new interface for desktop and mobile web. A little move on Friday. Wow. So look at the three here in my 10-day daily breakout. Now the CVAC early, 1038, and it got up to 1114. It's pulled back a little bit now. If it holds this, what was the daily that I was looking at? The weekly. I think 1062 was the kind of the key area on the weekly, and then 12 on the weekly. Let me make sure of that. Yeah, 1057. So if it can hold that 1057, then the next high in the weekly is 1210. That is CVAC. But look at APGN. Alert was at 238 now and halted. And the RVNC, the alert was at 26.29 and $28 now. This is my 10-day daily breakout, which I am sharing. Ooh, so APGN just resumed. Got a little bit of a clobbering, some profit taking or other. All right, guys, edit all-time low now and through $8. Boy, this is a big level. I know somebody who said that, was it the CFO or one of the C-suiters? Well, maybe I can take a look. Okay, so the chief scientific, yeah, that's what I thought. The CSO is stepping down. Not immediately, but nonetheless. So there's edit underneath 8 and an all-time low. All-time low now for edit. I'm not getting a fill. That uptick rule is nailing me. I'm trying to short this edit, but they won't give it to me because of the uptick rule. I've been moving my bid down to where the bid is, but they're just not filling me. Okay, so I see CINC is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, but it is a buyout, so forget about it. So here's another little China stock, guys. Another fintech stock, LX. Again, let's take a look at KWEB, see what the overall KWEB or the overall China market looks like. And really not. It's very selective right now. Looks like the financial stocks, like the FUTUs, and whoa, look what happened to FUTU. Got almost to that 50 mark, 49.96, which was really key for it to get through, and then it just sold right off. Hmm. Well, when I was saying, looking at this headline, that's today's headline from Beijing, but I mean, there's got to be some reason for that. I mean, that's a big sell-off from 50 down to 40, 46. Wait a minute, something's going on with my. Okay, I think, guys, there might be something wrong with the charts because this is telling me this is maybe not. No, 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 no. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Okay. That's a massive sell-off though, guys. I mean, from 50 down to 46 in that one candle. Keep an eye on the CVAC, guys. It's holding that level just over. I'm not in it anymore, okay? But it is holding that level at 1050, 1060 level. If it can base there a little bit, remember on that weekly chart, it had room to 12 something, a little over 12. So just kind of, a little pullback. And I say it's just a continuation of the good news from Friday for CVAC. Yeah, CVAC, CVAC. All right, let's take a look at APGM. There's the VWAP at 188. See if it at least holds the VWAP, holds 2 and the VWAP. Looks like it's trying to move here, guys. Volume, a little bit of volume coming in. This is traded the float, of course, 19.6 million in the float. Traded 26 right now, 26 million. Here goes CVAC, guys. Boy, BCRX is just getting crushed here. BCRX must be peak sales of 1 billion, so that must be lower than what they had originally projected or something. Yeah, BCRX is getting crushed here. Underneath 10 now. Yeah, it was it was $8. EF Hutton price target. Thank you, Jesse, for posting that. That's the price target for APGN. Didn't even see it. ARWR. Yeah, out of that nice little base here. Okay, guys, CVAC still bouncing around that area, that 1050 area. All right, CERS just showed up my 10-day daily breakdown. It's not a lifetime low. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. After Jeffries upgraded the stock from hold to buy, yeah, it was trading higher a little, but not anymore. Yeah, you're right. GME has made a move over 17 now. All right. Well, I'm looking to short this at some point. So let's take a level here. 1726 is the next high looking left. I'd love to see it get closer to 19. But yeah, there's GME. BBBY has earnings tomorrow. So this might be a last gasp. Supposedly going to be looking at bankruptcy. That's the big rumor anyway. But the memers are alive here. AMC's having a pop also. AMC's having a pop also. So they're having fun with the AMC, BBBY, and GME. Man, RVNC just really not a massive pullback, and it's through the 200. It's through the VWAP 2743. It held it kind of. Um, and had some news where it's basically earnings are not until the 27th of February, but they're kind of prepping. All right, guys, CVAX is still kind of holding over that 1050 mark. Yeah, my goodness. Completely lost sight of Novavax, NVAX. Getting rid of the old CEO. Well, he retired. I don't know if he's booted out or he just retired on his own. And a new guy coming in, and the market's loving it. Look now, look left, 1416. 1416 is the next high looking left for NVAX. Wow. RVNC is just what a move today for this. Yeah, I'm not going to chase edit anymore. It's a lifetime low. Edit's a lifetime low. I was trying to get it in first attempt was around 796. I went to 794, 792. They would not fill me because it's down more than 10%, and the uptick rule in effect. So they just wouldn't give me a fill. Keep an eye on Teva, guys. TEVA. Keep an eye on Teva now. Over 11. Just hanging around over 11. The opioid settlement. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. Yeah, so 1128 is the next high looking left, and then 1134. So there may be too much resistance. Not that far away for Teva. CVAC guy on the move. CVAC, CVAC on the move. Ooh, here's an interesting one. Maybe SLGC. What's the volume like? Not bad. SLGC, the next high looking left, 294. So it's at that high. 292. So the next high after that, wow, 330. So got some room this on a percentage basis. SLGC. takes out 3, and if it got anywhere close to 330, that would be 10%. So SLGC is on the move. See if there's any news on it. Announces preliminary full year 2022 revenue and provides sort of an update, but it doesn't look like, I don't know if this is actually a bona fide earnings release. This looks like preliminary. We don't even have when they're going to release. But that is SLGC. No question. The star was from my 10-day daily breakout was RVNC. That's your personal little price target, Ija, for APGN 3.27. CVAC. Another little crypto, Tiva guys, Tiva, just making that little move. I just wish, again, I have to refresh my memory. I think I saw some resistance up to about 1030 or 1130, 1134, 1128, 1134. I mean, look, it might rip right through all this, but it's hard for me to take it when I see this on the weekly chart. Yeah, so Sheku, I don't have, I mean, we have Bollinger Band filters and all. How to make an alert out of that, I'm not sure. I don't use it. You know who might know? Let me just ask, Chris plays around with Bollinger Bands. I don't know if it'll be technically a squeeze alert. Yeah, he has some scans using Bollinger Bands. I don't know if that would technically be classified as a squeeze alert, but he does have some scans that use Bollinger Bands. Yeah, so as he says, it's not a squeeze, it's just looking for stocks near the upper band. So it's not necessarily a squeeze. All right, so he says for a squeeze, we can do a custom filter. Okay, so if you support at trade-ideas.com, okay, and send something and saying you're asking for a Bollinger Band squeeze alert. Okay, so Sheku, did you hear me? Was this one shortable for me? Yeah, this Revance is shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers, RVNC, if it starts running out of steam, there is the VWAP way down here at 2777. All right, guys, this is a gap down and reverse for Kala, Kala. A gap down and reverse. Not 100% sure. Is the Market Explorer working well right now? And we had some issues with it when we moved over to this AWC. So, well, maybe Chris is hearing me. Yeah, so that's what he was going to talk about. Yeah, so I don't know if the Market Explorer, let's just take a quick look. Market Explorer, select strategy, Bollinger Band, TTM squeeze daily. So there you go. Is it populating? It is, but you can take a look at these, I guess. Okay. And I don't know if Isheku can hear us. It appears that we're getting data, so I'm not giving up on CVAC, guys. It's still holding that 1057 area, that weekly chart. There's the VWAP actually, 1044. So it's trying to hold the VWAP. Market is still, relatively strong. We have a couple of topping tails on the 15-minute SPY chart, but nothing dramatic yet. We have a resumption. Oh, GMVD. GMVD is just resumed. I see it got halted at 411 and is now, wow, 470. Got halted at 411, now 470. If there's any news on that, I don't see any news on that one. GMVD, crazy low float. Seen this one in the past. Haven't seen this one lately though, but 692,000 shares in the float, which is why a stock can move 63%. Looks like the next high is around 509. If it somehow got through that, the next high is 840. Looks like it's halted again. Yeah, it's halted again. Projected open for MMV is here, $10. If you're talking about MMV. Another little crypto play, BTBT, little crypto play, over $1 now. Next highs are around that 120 mark. Okay, so the TTM squeeze window, if you go click on new from our toolbar, right? Okay, so if you click on new from our toolbar, click on new, and then find Market Explorer window. Click on Market Explorer window. This box will pop up. Right click on it, and then you'll see something saying select strategy, and another box will pop up. And then there's Bollinger Band, TTM squeeze daily. Okay, did you follow that? And the flag just got halted for news. Okay, did you get that right? How to, if I can do it again if you missed. It's available for, it's on a premium service. So you click on new from our toolbar. Now, what version of Trade Ideas do you have? How many years old is it? Because, but it's been around for several months. If you click on new, if you don't see Market Explorer, it must be because you are on a really earlier version of Trade Ideas. I would encourage you to upgrade if you don't see. 5.6.4, I just can't remember. I can't remember when it became available. You know, I mean, I'm on a development version, of course, not of course, but I am on one. You know, so 5.6.35, but that's a development version. You are on, well, what is the just a minute. No, just a minute. Okay, give me a moment. I just want to check what the latest version is. Yeah, it's so hard to know. I mean, you say 5.6.4. I don't know how they're naming anything anymore. And then 5.6.32. You say you've got 5.6.4? At any rate, if you go to our homepage and download a later version, I mean, it's there for sure. Okay, click new, and if you don't have that, okay, thank you, Pepe. So it's not in that version, 5.6.4.0. It's not in that version. Okay, so that's why you don't see it. So look at Tiva, guys. I'm glad I didn't try to chase it. Didn't like the fact that that 1030 mark was looked like decent resistance around there. Wow, the Goose, guys. Canada Goose, GOOS. It's had a nice run. 1670 to 20 now, week and a half through the 200-day moving average on Friday. It held it, and now it's continuing to run a bit. Canada Goose, GOOS. They don't have earnings until the 9th of February. Harsh winter weather. Watch these stocks. Really? I just have Market Explorer for me. Maybe you guys have it as premium market, but it's not. They were going to make it a premium part of the premium package, but as um, as of today, January 9th, it is not. It's part of the standard service. All right, guys. And by the way, I was shocked this morning. The promo code is still alive. The New Year 25, it's still alive for 25% off. So when you go to my homepage, yes, you will see another promo code, but obviously don't use that one. Use the New Year 25. When you go to my homepage, you'll see a 15% promo. Okay, but don't use that one. Use New Year 25. It is still valid. I checked it this morning. Better make sure maybe they got rid of it, but let me make sure. Purchase. Yeah, there's your discount right there. So I don't know. I think they've just forgotten. So let's take advantage of it. Don't tell anybody. Okay. Yeah, the little crypto plays are. I don't know how much further can these sort of ones go? The Maras and the Riots. I haven't seen this one in a long time. PHAT, guys. PHAT. This is trying to come back a little bit here. PHAT. I don't think this ever showed up any one of my scanners when it was moving on the way down. Ugh. Well, MMV, I guess that's not good for you, William. I know you said you've only had a little bit, but MMV on the way down now. Wow, GM, yeah, and it's halted again. GMVD is halted again. Any news on this one, or just it's one of those low floaters that traders around the world have decided, let's do this one today. GMVD. I hold out still is on the CVAC, guys. All right, so here's your news, guys, for Flag. Announce a merger agreement. So this is the plan. Okay, so this is a SPAC. Okay. Yeah, so this merger, will not expected to be completed until the second quarter. So no point in really buying this now in anticipation of that merger. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these one races earlier, see if they're setting up again. Let's see the RVNC. My guess is I should be short this. Yeah, that would be $1 off the highs if you could have predicted the highs. However, take a look at our RVNC. Let's see if it holds the VWAP. 27.27 is the VWAP. I mean, we're still $1.30 away from that or so. If it takes that VWAP out, that could really signify a big drop, and that is for the RVNC. I'm going to stick an alert 27.27. I want to stick an alert there in that area and see if it takes the VWAP out later or holds it. Maybe moves down towards it and bounces off it. Market is still strong. Some more EV plays, guys. Wow, Ride was under a dollar. Oh man, RIDE under a dollar. I thought when I saw this, I know it was moving higher. I didn't realize this was under a dollar. This is ugly now, boy. MMV, ugly now. Okay, guys, CVAC is kind of stirring again. So it's kind of holding the VWAP, okay? CVAC is kind of holding the VWAP, 1045. All right, guys. So what time is it? 10:39. So I think I'll talk a little bit about trade ideas in general. Take a look at my homepage, information you will find on my homepage. Now I put the promo code in that you can use. Don't use the Barry 15. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, you will see, let me get rid of some of these. Okay, so you'll see this, and again, don't use this particular promo code. Use Happy Year 25. What did I call it? I'm sorry, New Year 25. New Year 25. New Year all in caps, and then 25. You'll get 25% off. If you do this, now I know they're still working on trying to get the guide and all this other stuff working. I would anticipate this week for sure. But the getting started, I'll show you where you can see that. You should do that. It's about 30 minutes long, 10 short videos. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. How is it doing? AUY, I know the trigger was, I think, 595. So it's just hanging around. Hasn't really done much. Here's the education section. So as I say, the guide still is not quite, yeah, it's still not the right link yet. There's a getting started series though, okay? So this is what's, if you take out a subscription, please do this first. The download and install, first start up and log in, toolbar, right click magic, etc. Take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 videos. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris Varley. I'll confirm that. I'm pretty sure it'll be Chris though. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in our Discord and Pro Rooms so that you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris for that hour if you'd like to. Some more educational videos about trade ideas. Back to basics. This, I know that this does work. Okay. Is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together? Some short, well, some of the videos are fairly long, but if you're new to trading, what a great free resource for you. Okay. You're new to trading. And then My scans, here are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. My pre-market actives up and down. These are the two races that you see. Biggest gainers from the open percent and the large cap gainers. I've displayed my 10-day daily breakout. Ooh, here's another one, TSVT. I'll have to take a look at that one. Anyway, here are the scans that I'm sharing. Oh, sorry about that. I had myself on mute. Yeah, the GMVT is the crazy one for the day for sure. Well, I wonder what it'll do tomorrow with that float, 700,000 shares in the float. Let me just check another. Take a look at Mattel. Just some news hitting. I don't know if it's just hitting, but we're calling some sleepers or something. Like millions of them of some sort. So keep an eye on Mattel, MAT. What's the next low looking left is 1923. When they started, I thought maybe they were calling Barbies, but no, it's some sleepers. Here we go. 4.7 million rock and play sleepers. Okay, so I guess Fisher Price, I guess Mattel owns them. Yeah, we've got the here. So here's the float in, well, except for Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal's out to lunch on this one, but yeah. So here are the float. Here's the float information we've got for GMVD. So it's about the same, except for the Wall Street Journal, 68 million. Impossible. Okay, so we have it at about 700,000. So that's in line with the rest of them are. All right, guys, let's see, what time is it? 10:47. I don't know, but well, I see 707 on the potential bid ask. Are you saying that it literally it went bid ask while it was trading at 706.31 ask? Really? On the way down this time. Just got halted on the way down now. GMVD just got halted on the way down. Okay, so this one showed up in my 10-day daily breakout, okay? The TSVT, what's the volume like? It's okay. TSVT, and the alert was at 1068, so it's still around that area. Where could I see? I just don't like all these little areas that it could stall. The next high looking left is 10. Oh, wait a minute. 1124. Looks like 1124 is the next high looking left. Is that right? Okay, so it's got some room. 1124 is the next high looking left for TSVT. Let's see, the VWAP's at 1030, so it's holding it's holding the VWAP. Keep an eye on the TSVT for sure. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. Look at the daily. Yeah, that 1124. So 1064, 1124, that would be okay. If you want, look at this market. Shady, I don't know if you're still in your shorts of the SPY, but okay, let's take a closer look at this TSVT. TSVT, want to see what the spread's like. Like the fact it's got a little bit of room. Spread is, it's not bad, 57.61. If there's any news on it. Yeah, so there is some news on it. So they don't release until the 6th of March, but they're sort of prepping US revenue of 470 to 570. That must be, I don't know, more than what was expected. It's got to get through that 1065. That was the high of Friday, last trading day. And if we can do that, then again, 1124 is the next high. So I don't know, keep an eye on it. Wow. You guys have been talking about AEHR. What a run. Just straight up. Well, guys, GH through the VWAP, 2845 was the VWAP, so it's through the VWAP, and looks like it just wants to give up more. GH took out that little low there, 27.99. Market is super strong. Wow. Got a nice little move in the pre-market, and it really hasn't given up anything since the market opened. What is the news on this one? AEHR? January 5th post-market. So this must be just yeah, it must be just a market reaction to earnings. Another cheap one, guys, INSG. This is not a low float, though. 106 million. 107 is the price. INSG through a dollar. But again, I just look left and don't like it. Sorry. I mean, I'm clicking on it because I had an alert on it. I don't know what I'm going to see, of course, until I click on it. But I don't like that daily at all. You guys were talking about HKD, so hopefully you're all out of it. You went long. No shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers. Typically, there aren't any. Well, I guess I'm just going to have to forget about CVAC. This looks like it wants to drift down. This is actually looking like an interesting short. It's underneath that VWAP, 1045, just barely underneath it. GH picking up steam on the downside, guys. GH picking up steam on the downside. That I have no idea, Jesse. Why MMV is tanking and the warrants are rocking. It doesn't seem to. What is the what's the symbol for the warrants? Let's see, it's not MMV VW or WW. Okay. Yeah, don't know because it is really tanking. A mystery. Sorry, guys. Just again, as always, lots of interesting discussions internally. I would say that overall, the charts, I've been asked to, tell them any issues we've been having with the charts. I would say that overall, the charts have been pretty good today. Only had a couple of instances where the 15 didn't load and it was very brief. So I would say that all the work they've been doing over the weekend, I think it's helping. They know they have a handle on what is the problem, and I think it looks pretty good to me today. Very snappy. Oh, CVAC is up again. Okay. Just teasing me. It's going to tease me all day. I can just see it. CVAC, okay. If it takes out 11, I'm going to stick an alert just over 11 and see if it takes it out later on today. CVAC. It's one of the few that I've seen that has some room. And obviously, there's a lot of enthusiasm about it after Friday's news and a nice continuation. Oh, Novavax, just big one today. Yeah, big. I did not take this one. Boy, I mean, again, look at the room it's got. 1416 is the next high. 1416 is the next high. Still has room. Yeah, I just clicked on HLIT. Just don't, I think it's just going to get stalled not that far away. HLIT, HLIT, just over 15. High is 1530, high is 1537, high is 1535. Just looks like there's too much resistance not that far away. And here's one here, 1516. So, oh boy, that was ugly. Hopefully nobody got trapped in this MMV, guys. Oh, down 45% now after being up this morning, up to almost 15. All right, APGN has been not easy, but APGN is now over 2 again and starting to move. There's the VWAP, 192, kind of held it. No, I can't say they held it really. I mean, you got down to 176, but it is starting to move again. APGN did have some news this morning. Well, I guess the news is the EF Hutton price target of 8. Low float, 19 million in the float, 48 million have traded. Hit a high of 240 or so in the not the pre-market, but when the market opened. And here we go again. So GMVD, it resumed. Wow, look at this. It resumed. It just got halted again, I think. Just got halted again. Wow. So there is actually a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. There's the uptick, sorry, the uptrend for GMVD in the 15-minute. You see that red bar totally. In fact, let's make sure 706. Actually, all right, 707, the high there. Oh, I guess theoretically it's not, technically not a red bar ignored because that red candle is a penny above the high of the previous green candle, but pretty darn close. Almost totally engulfed. And then the next candle is green, moving above the high of that red candle. So just think of it this way. We have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then an uptrend. The uptrend continues. But it is halted and ominously not looking good. This is obviously changing, but this is the potential of where it could open. So this is halted at 726. We're seeing 640 here. So I don't know. Hopefully nobody, I wouldn't want to be in this right now unless I was in at 3. Now that can change, of course. And this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This meaning this blue box window that you see. Ooh, keep an eye on this one. Viridian, VRDN. Probably the spread isn't great. Well, it's not terrible, but showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, it is a lifetime high. Not too many stocks making lifetime highs in this market. But anyway, it's making a lifetime high when it was up here, of course. What's the spread like? Or sorry, the float. 35 million in the float. So, pretty low float. The news on this one? Thyroid eye disease candidate shows promise at lower doses. Okay. Guys, lift his room. LYFT has some room. I mean, look at it over 13. There's the VWAP. It's held the VWAP at 1274. When you look left, it looks like the next high is 1270. No, sorry, is 1374. So this stock is at 13 right now, 1302 right now. And so Lyft has some room. LYFT has some room. Yes, I said lifetime high for, was it VRDN? We have a lifetime high. I mean, it's back up. I get a monthly chart up. Make sure I'm. Looks like this was an IPO back here or a SPAC or something. Started trading as VRDN anyway. At well, it looks like January of 2021. So about 2 years ago. So a pretty strong stock. Now look at that stock composite rating 95. Not too many like that in this market. What is the blue window from Interactive Brokers for? The blue window, it's time and sales. Okay, time and sales. You see how rapid, it shows you how rapidly a stock is trading. So if you have Interactive Brokers, it's called time and sales. Zamo. Okay. I haven't been able to concentrate on it enough. The histogram, believe me, I still glance at it. One of the reasons I'm not talking about it so much is because it's frustrating people that it's not available for you. Okay, so I'm sort of backing off. I don't know when it's going to become available and whether it's going to be a premium service or not. So I've been backing off talking about the histogram. Okay. I was getting tired of saying it, it should be available. I mean, I don't even know how long I've had it. Is it a couple of months now or is it only a month? I really can't remember anymore. So I decided not to talk about it anymore. Doesn't mean I'm not using it though. Well, let's put it this way. I will talk about it every now and then, but yes, I am definitely looking at it when I'm looking at taking a trade. And I will mention every now and then, I suppose, but I don't want to dwell on it. Wow. So that projected one was 650 something, right? Well, 640, remember? I was showing you this. Well, again, it doesn't necessarily mean that's where it's going to open, and that's not even remotely where it opened. So GMVD is just absolutely, this is the one today. I have never been in it. I would have to pay way more attention to get into something like this. Look at this market. Shady, are you still short? You said you were going to go in a big way and shorting the SPY. Well, slip sliding away. I mean, this is actually now a lifetime low, MMV. Now, not much data, of course, only the third day trading, but it is now a lifetime low. Got up to 17 something on Friday, and now right back down to 5 something. How is that trade of the week doing? Is it moving off that 95 level yet? Not really. No, just hanging around. How's AGI doing? That was last week's. And it is, yeah, I mean, it's hanging around. 1014, I think, was the trigger last week. 1014 or 1017 in that area anyway. So, I mean, if you still have it, it's still viable. Guys, I'll just throw it out there. I mean, you guys seeing any charting issues really? I haven't seen really any charting issues today, which is good. Charts seem to be snappy. I click on the alerts, the charts are filling up. No delay that I can see. GMVD just resumed, so looks like it's going to get halted on the way down. And I'm almost 100% sure it's going to get halted on the way down. And there we go. Halted on the way down, GMVD. BE. So BE, look at the 200-day moving average, 2032. Look what it did this morning. It got to 2032, got right to the 200-day moving average. So will it stall again there and move down, or will this be the time where it breaks through? And that's BE. Why can you not get the races to start, Peter? You have them loaded? Do you see the race on your screen? I mean, to start a race. So what do you mean you can't get the races to start? You can get them to start automatically, at a certain time, like I do. I like my races to start at 9:30 Eastern time. You can do stuff like that, or you can manually start them. If I stop this race right now, okay, stop. So if you have a little, excuse me, a little right arrow right there, if you can see my screen, you just click on it and then the race starts. So do you know how to put a cloud link? Oh, you can't because you're in, because I would take a look at it. But why don't you do this? Why don't you take mine and see if it works for you? Okay. It's hard for me to know why yours isn't because I can't see it. You can't give me a cloud link. But if I give you mine, okay, so the biggest gainers from the open percent, I'm going to share it with you. Okay. So load that one and see if it works for you. Okay. So let me know, Peter. Let me know once you've loaded my race. It should start almost immediately, maybe within 30 seconds. Okay, loading it. Whoa, guys, CVAC. I know I've been talking about CVAC all day. Looks like it, you know, they want to just break out. All right, GMVD resumed. If Peter, if you came into the main room, I could take a look at your race. You could give me your link, your cloud link. The problem with the YouTube room is that you cannot give me your link there. So if you're willing to come into the main room and then give me your link to your race that you say is not working, or I can take a look at it. Boy, this Halts Resume scanner has just been so active. This is now into the third week, just so many all day. SINT was halted also. I see. Wow. Okay. If this one can, what's the projection here? 947. So this one on the 21st of December got up to 1510 SINT. So this is halted right now at 936. So the projection right now, 946. Yeah. If it takes out 10 at some point, guys, this could just have another, this could be one of those ones that could rip. Another one, low float, 519,000 in the float. Okay, well, I'll give you a link, Peter, but did you try to load my link, to my race? So here's the link to the main room, Peter. The problem with YouTube is you cannot paste your link in, so that's the problem with YouTube. But did you load my race? You know how to load a cloud link? Uranium, guys, something's happening maybe with uranium, um, quadruple U through the 200-day moving average. Okay, okay. So what you're saying is you are getting races. I mean, it started, right? It should start automatically once you load it. Okay. So I can't tell you why yours isn't. The only thing I can suggest, but if you came into the main room, I could take a look at it. But let me just show the race setup. So for instance, auto start at time. I don't know if you don't have, if you can take your race, okay, your race. Let me just duplicate this again. So if you take your race and then click on the big square box, big square, and then you'll get where it's all red. Okay, so the race is stopped. Then you right click and then show race setup. And you see where it says auto start at time? I've got mine checked to start at 9:30. It's possible that you have to manually, if you don't have that auto start, then what's happening probably is that you have to, when your race stops, you have to manually start the race every single time. I mean, most people would want to race. I'm sorry, auto rerun. I'm sorry. So there's the auto start at time, but it's auto rerun. Maybe that's not checked. Because most people, of course, would want once a race is over, they want another race to automatically start. They don't want to have to manually start a race every time a race is over. So if you could see whether or not it says auto rerun and it's checked, if it's not checked, that's probably the reason why you're saying your racing isn't working. But if you can get to the main room and give me your link, I will certainly take a look at it. I gave you the link to get into the trading room. Just to give an email and create a username. It doesn't have to be your Peter Smith. It could be anything you want. And come into the room and then give me your link and I'll look at it. Wow, there it went right through the 10, guys. It just opened. SINT just opened right through that 10. And remember, on the 21st of December, this hit 1510. So draw, I mean, again, when you say nothing was happening, are you using my races? I mean, you don't have to use my races, of course, but can you give me your cloud link? Time is it right now? 11:29. Sure, I've got time. Why don't you give me your cloud link for a race that you say is not working? Okay. No, I mean, listen, it's possible. Remember, a race is based on a top list window, and you're going to have filters in there. I mean, it's possible that whatever filters you have is there's nothing is meeting the requirements. I mean, it's possible. But if you can give me your cloud link draw, I'll take a look at it for your race that you say is not working. Okay, help me win? No problem. I'll just give you a link to my homepage. Okay. Guys, if you're new to Trade Ideas and you're hearing me talk, if you're not new, just ask me a question, okay? Ask if you're stumbling around, please just ask a question and I'll certainly do my best to help you. So here is my homepage link, Help Me Win. Hopefully you can hear me. Well, you say you hear me. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Give me a moment, expand this a little bit. You'll see right at the top here. So the scans that I'm sharing are right here. Click here. Here are the scans. And these are the two races that I'm talking about. Biggest gainers from the open. So that's that one up here. And then the other one over here. Okay. And other scans that I'm sharing. Okay. Does that make sense? Now, if you were, have you taken at least the getting started, the 10 videos that'll get you started? For instance, you may not know how to load a cloud link. I mean, I can show you this, but you look at this and go, okay, what do I do? How do I do anything? You have to know how to load a cloud link. So if you don't know how, I would really, really recommend that you do the 10-day or the 10 videos. They take you about 30 minutes. And from my homepage, if you click on the education section and then click on this getting started series, okay? Oops. Aha. That didn't happen before, so they must be working on it. Oh, there we go. Okay. And it'll talk about the download and install your first. Now, this is all geared to the app. If you're using our web-based version, hopefully are you using our app, downloadable application, or are you using the web-based version? This is all geared towards the app when I talk about. Hmm. It doesn't mean you can't have my scans. You can certainly have my scans, but that getting started section is geared more towards the downloadable application. So you're using the web-based version for what reason? You have a Mac or something, or you're on a tablet? So, okay, so you do have a PC then. So you absolutely should be using our the downloadable application. Now, Browsers shouldn't have anything to do, sometimes looking like following in the room itself, the developer of the room says you should, maybe be using Chrome, but I mean, people use all, different browsers. But as far as downloading the app, okay, so Peter, it's possible that whatever filters are in there, if you want to give it to me, you can, but it's possible that whatever filters are in there are just preventing anything from happening. William, there's your G triple I. So getting closer to that 15 mark. For instance, every now and then, there's large gainers from the open. If the market were on a big down day, this one usually always works. It doesn't matter whether the market's up or down because these are more volatile stocks. But the large cap gainers from the open, every now and then, if the market were really, moving down at the beginning of the day, I would get nothing in here. Okay. It wouldn't start at 9:30 because nothing met the filter requirements right at 9:30. So consequently, every now and then I would click on it to see if anything was happening. And that's just because, if a market were down 600 or 700 points from the get-go, you're not going to see too many large cap gainers from the open. I see. So you're not a subscriber. Help me win. That's okay. When you say you newly logged in, you're logged into the trading room, but you're not actually a subscriber to Trade Ideas, which is okay. That's why it's a free room. Now, the other thing, the China Watcher, that's one from Andy, isn't it? And so he had a symbol list, Peter, and I'm sure you know all this because I've seen some of the discussions that you have with Andy and others between 12 and 1. So that's a symbol list that has to be in there for it to work. Okay, cool. That's okay then. I'm talking to Help Me Win. So we have a lot of scans that we share. I share my scans. We have a lot of scans up here. When I say up here, and now you don't have it, but new doc channel bar. All of these are theme-based channels, for instance. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, the whole idea of Trade Ideas is that we're a scanner, a real-time scanner. So in this particular case, LIAN at 11:34. There hasn't been anything since then. It's 11:38 now. Made a new high for the day. Okay, LIAN. But the whole idea of our scanners that we have a lot of built-in scanners that you can use. You can make your own scans. Making your own scans meaning, in this particular scan, so XGN just made a new high for the day, as an example. So in this particular scan, if a stock is between $1 and $50, 100,000 shares minimum shares, 1,000% of normal volume in the last 1 minute, etc. Okay, so that's the whole idea of that. This is sort of the screening aspect. And then if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert as an example. Okay, and so we have a lot of built-in scans that you can have. You can, you can incorporate them as part of your layout. And of course, when I look at this one, you might look at it and go, well, I like that idea, but I'd rather have a different price range. Of course, you can, make changes. So I change that from 1 to 50 to 10 to 100. Click on the summary, let's see how it's changed now. So I guess all I'm really trying to show you is that we have a lot of scans that we've created. You can use them exactly the way we created them, or you can make some adjustments, maybe to more in tune to your style of trading. And, we have a lot of different real-time alerts. One thing I always have to caution people on is you don't have to learn them all. Of course, you don't have to learn them, but these, when you see these icons here, these are all the real-time alerts that we have. Again, you don't have to learn them all. And these are all the filters or screeners that we have. And we have so many because, all sorts of different trading styles out there. So we try to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But a lot of our customers, they don't, they just use the ones we've got and maybe tinker with them a bit. But of course, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, you can. But you don't have to learn all those alerts and filters. The company, when they started, figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language. So that's why they created so many of them. I did not take this one, but this has been inching down. CERS, another lifetime. Well, it's not a lifetime low. It's not a lifetime low. But there was the alert, a short alert, 10:05 at 314. So it's broken down through 3. So you can see how, a scan that I put together, you know, you can go back in time and see what happened from that first alert. So there's a CVAC at 9:34. The alert was at 10:38. So it got up to before it pulled back all the way up to 11. The RVNC, the alert was at 9:40. These all times Eastern, of course, 9:42. The alert was at 26:29. You can see what it did from there, 29, etc. APGN has been kind of an erratic one, but these are ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. It doesn't mean when you get the alert, you just automatically take the trade. GMVD, I'm sure, has been really good. 678 got up to 855. But this is an example of a scan that I put together that I'm sharing. Don't get too many alerts from it. Well, you would do this. Let me just load. Okay, so let's assume this is your China watcher. So you just right click, save or share to cloud, save or share to cloud. Okay. And then click on save and share again. Click on OK. So now it's copied. Okay. And now you paste it in right where you are. You just paste it in, Control V, and there's the link. Okay. So again, all you do is just right click any scan, be it a chart, be it an alert window, be it a top list, right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, say OK, and that's it. Say OK, and again, and then you just paste it in, Control V, and paste it in. Okay. MMV, any value there? Well, probably not. Well, I shouldn't say it like that, but I mean, what do you mean by value? You mean, I mean, this is now, I mean, this has been a disaster today. I mean, it got as high as 15 and now it's at 3. So, I mean, at some point, will this bounce? Maybe. But right now, I mean, this is just in free fall, lifetime low, only been trading for 3 days. Not shortable for me, probably not shortable for many, just because it's only 3 days old. Well, worthless. I mean, at some point, we mean worthless forever. I don't know. I mean, it's obvious that, I mean, a huge, huge sell-off. I mean, it was a bunch of, understand, this was, I guess, a SPAC that turned into MMV, had a huge day on Friday, getting up to 1775, but just total speculation. Whether or not this company will last, I have no idea. All right, I have to just forget about CVAC. Every time it gets up to that 1070, 1080 mark, I keep thinking it'll take out 11, but maybe tomorrow. So, Peter, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. So, if you can find a way to give me your link before I take my break. My guess is that you don't have the symbol list loaded or something. That's my guess. All right, guys. So it should be Chris in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, it is Chris. It is Chris. In about 10 minutes or so, he'll be in our YouTube room. So before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the Discord and Pro rooms. So Peter, I guess you're having a tough time giving me your link. Well, you can always give it to Chris, and he can take a look at it. So Warner Brothers, a little bit of a pop today for I'm sorry, this is not Warner Brothers. I apologize. It is Weibo, China stock. I was thinking that was Warner Brothers. Paramount. Let's take a look at PARA. Other the streaming services. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, guys. I mean, if you're here 10 minutes before the market opened, and we looked at XLC, which has been just a beaten up sector, communication sector. If I back this out, you can see there's the 200-day moving average. But look what's happening. I mean, this is starting to have a nice rally now. I mean, even communication sector, which was just an absolutely beaten up sector. But you can see that since when was that? The 29th of December, it's had a nice little move, and it's getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. So Paramount is looking exactly the same. Obviously, the communication stock. Paramount looks virtually the same. There's that 200-day above, but it is moving with the sector. And Netflix, I mean, look how strong Netflix is. I mean, this is way above the 200-day moving average. It's had the same sort of a move as the rest of them in the communication sector, but it has been above the 200-day moving average for quite a while now, since November the 10th. I knew I should have shorted GME. All right. The VWAP is 1680, so it's just underneath the VWAP. My problem with it is that there looks like there's some support around 1660. I wish it were more all the way down to that 16 level before there was any sort of support. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do now is I'll put the YouTube link in. Chris is not there yet, but maybe there in probably about 5 to 7 minutes. I heard a little ping. Does that mean you're in the room already, Chris?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I thought come a moment early. For once in my life, I have some time.
Okay, just give me a moment, okay?
Take your time.
Okay, I just want to get the announcement in. And just to answer your question, Piyush, there's no difference in that. Both rooms see my screen. You can hear me. Okay, there's just a lot more traders in what we call the pro room. I can give you that link if you want. You can head over there later after Chris has had his little spell till 1 o'clock. But you can stay in YouTube. I mean, you can hear me. You can see my screen. I think there's oh, Happy. I forgot to do that latency thing. Okay, let me just get my announcement in, Chris.
You got it, my friend.
On break back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. Okay, main room and Discord. I'm putting you guys on mute.
And then you let me know when you want me to make the screen swap.
Yeah, I'm just going to shut down my music so I can hear you. There, now I can hear you.
Even better.
The mellifluous tones of Chris Varley. Look that one up.
I can honestly say that's probably the third time in my life I've ever heard that word used.
Yeah, well, it's so hard to say.
Indeed.
Indeed. All right, my friend. Let's see what time. Well, if you want to take over now, that's fine.
I'm ready if you are. I just generally speaking, I'm running from one thing to the next, and I finished the Trade the Pool meeting a little bit ago. And
how'd that go?
Well, we'll all the marketing stuff will probably start next week, and users from them will be able to use trade ideas starting next week. And then, once that's all finalized and everything, Scott will start to send out to our users about, the reciprocal of the other end of that for people that might be looking for some extra day trading funding.
Okay, cool. How about your experience today with the charts and all? I've had
I'm going to knock on wood, and
yes,
Dave kind of pressed me for an answer. I was ignoring him for a while because it seems every time I say, oh, it looks like everything's great, 5 minutes later, things start going wrong. But I think I can say at this point that I haven't had one thing go wrong in the software, with the exception of a couple of times the races go blank on me for some reason. But, whatever.
Yeah, that happens to me every now and then. That's even before
it always
AWS.
seems to be in the first half an hour that it happens to me. I don't know what it is, but I'll let them dial in the charts first because we don't have anybody else complaining about that. So I'd rather them focus on the things that are affecting everyone.
Exactly. Yeah, I only had, I think, 2 instances of a 15-minute chart not loading out of how many I've clicked on all day, and I'll take that over what was happening last week. So fingers crossed.
I mean, everything else so far without a hitch. So that's all I could say.
Yeah. Okay, my friend, I will put myself on mute now. You can take over and.
Sounds good.
I know. Peter was wondering why his China races weren't working. He actually came into the main room. I don't know if he can hear me. If he's back in YouTube, but he could get mine working. I have a feeling that he doesn't have. It's a symbol list that I think from Andy. I'm pretty sure he just doesn't have a symbol list in there, and that's why it's not working.
That's what I would suspect too.
But I was looking for his cloud link, and he didn't give it to me. So he might be back in YouTube, and so. Just to prep you.
Yep, I'll try to walk him through the process if he jumps back over here.
Okay, cool. Right. I'll mute myself right now.
Barry. We'll see you soon.
Okay, thanks.
Adios. So give me 1 second. I just want to make one adjustment here. All right, there we go. I just want to pull my earphones out while we have a little get together here for all of us. Happy Monday. I'll go with Happy New Year because I don't think I've seen you folks in the new year yet. Been a few weeks that I haven't had a Monday session, as holidays observed have consistently fallen on Mondays. So with that said, let's get to it. Start firing some questions away for me here, folks, whatever they may be. I don't have, as usual, anything done for content or pre-done for content. I'm just kind of sitting around and watching some things here. In no rush to do anything. I am long-term sitting on some energy positions that I've had for several months. As far as anything long-term going, I did add a position today of EXTR on a break of the high from last week. So there's that. It was high rated in the TIS scan, the TI Strength Alert scan. It was high rated for me on my evening scan, and I like this little base we're coming out of here. I think if we break down somewhere underneath this 1775 level, then I know I'm wrong. That's not a necessarily hard stop for me. I'll give it a little bit of flexibility depending on what the overall market does. Small position, long-term position. That's, the highlight of today for me, let's call it. And other than that, we're seeing what's unfolding on the races here. HOLO, high flyer from last week, big Thursday or good sized Thursday, but, kind of shot up and then ran sideways. Had a really big Friday. Still grinding along up here now. My issue with this stock and what keeps me away from it is this liquidity here. It's not very good liquidity, to say the least. So you can see here, 200,000 shares traded, just not my cup of tea right now. Not the worst spread on the planet, considering that it's so illiquid as far as I'm concerned, 7-cent spread. So you'd have to work that. I mean, obviously you want to go in at market and get filled at 497 on something like this. It would be not conducive to what you're trying to do. Yeah, so that's that. And again, folks with questions, fire those away for me. I don't know, what else is there to talk about today? Is there anything else to talk about today? Let's see. Watching different things. Rum, kind of sad I didn't take a position this one. I saw these topping shadows early. I kind of lost track of it and, broke above this top shadow here and, has a nice little move going on here. The liquidity is good, 850,000 shares traded to this point, and 1.6 on that relative volume isn't too shabby. And what else did I see coming through races today? NVAX. This is one of those stocks. I'm just very leery of things like this. I guess when you're day trading, it's not such a big deal, right? Because we're not playing a long-term trend here. But this thing, I mean, I wouldn't take a long-term position with your money using the Royal Your. It's just, very, very ugly downtrend for the stock here. But we could see a little bit of a base that's happened here, peeling off that base here. So day trading it might not have been a bad idea. Certainly some room to run to this level up here. I'm going to sit back on it, but also if you for whatever reason, if you happen to be a believer in it right now, for some reason, something constructive, maybe this little pattern here, 2, 2, 1, go. Again, not for me, but I couldn't fault someone for liking that pattern right there. What else is happening around here? Some of the stuff that flew early, that was it. Fading, LU. Maybe I'll move this down a little bit here. MARA, this is moving up. I'm guessing maybe there's been some positives in the crypto world. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to crypto in general. I mean, I know I know the big highlights of what's gone on in crypto over the last 6 months or whatever it is, with all these collapses and everything like that. Just not a crypto expert. I am. Again, you could see maybe some kind of short-term basis formed here. Give some room up to this level. Just not enough room for me to really get interested in it. But lots of liquidity. 27 million shares traded to this point in the day. It's doing 3.35 what it's normally doing. Can't really argue that kind of numbers as far as a day trade goes here. TBLT caught my attention early. This is one of those stocks that can have a big move intraday, long term, total garbage chart long term. But that's not what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at this, trying to nail down inside here. And if this thing could get itself rolling, could, not saying it will. Things like this happen pretty often with it. So maybe a break above that to whatever it is. Maybe it's 240 level. Let's call it. Yeah, it says high here, 234. I'd like to see 240 broken, maybe 245. See, I got a price alert here. We'll see what happens. No relative volume in it, so volume's pretty dry. Liquidity is okay, 100,000 shares traded on it, but it's one of those stocks that it's not going until it's going. So might as well set the price alert, keep an eye on it. If it goes, I get a piece of it. Great. If it doesn't, great all the same. Nothing ventured, nothing lost kind of thing. And again, you're all kind of giving me the silent treatment here, so I'm just going to plow on through what I'm doing for the time being. GLT, I did like the look of this. Hindsight trading. Maybe I wish I grabbed it on the second 15-minute candle, or I should say the third 15-minute candle when it opened strong or opened well off the second 15-minute candle. I didn't. It's sitting here, still considering it. This is my big issue here, this level. It is struggling with that. But again, if it gets through it, maybe we're looking at here. The spread on it's nice. The liquidity isn't great. The volume is good. And again, for those that understand what I'm referencing, when I say liquidity, I'm looking at the shares traded on the day. When I'm looking at volume, I'm looking at relative volume. And when I'm looking at the spread, I'm looking at the literal spread of the stock. This is time and sales through IB. So we see it's a 1 penny spread. You're not ever going to get a better than 1 penny spread. So getting filled here on this on a market order is, absolutely acceptable on anything, whether it's $100 stock. Maybe you get a 1 cent spread on $100 stock. God bless you. If you got, everything else, 1 cent spread is, nice to see. And again, the volume itself is okay relative to what it's normally doing. The liquidity, yes. Would I like to see more? Yes, but it's not terrible. It's not terrible given the spread and the volume. When you start to get 2 out of 3 and other things are lining up, things are forgivable. Again, I'm not going in on it at this moment. Well, who knows what the next several hours. Also, for those that might be newer to this or newer to me, I generally will not take a trade in between 11:45 a.m. Eastern and 2:30 p.m. Eastern, probably closer to 2:45 p.m. Eastern. It's a sleepy time of the market. I think there's a lot of head fakes. So I just steer clear during those times. I really like, as far as my day trading goes, to initiate trades. Really, I'll say for the last 6 weeks, I don't know if I've taken a trade before 10 a.m. Eastern, and probably almost anything I'm taking is in between 10:20 and 10:30 a.m. Eastern. It's like the earliest I'm getting involved in any kind of day trades, to be quite honest. I just, I find myself finding too many, there's been plenty of times I've taken a successful trade on that like 9:45 Eastern to, let's say 10:15 Eastern. But generally speaking, I find there's many more head fakes, and I'd rather wait for things to set up. For example, why go chase this here? Maybe I can get a good setup in here. Yes, hindsight 2020. Yes, it did take off at this level here. And did I miss some alpha? Of course. But as I say, I'd rather miss out on some upside than participate on the downside. It's Monday. People are still very leery of what's going on in the market. Nobody's rushing after anything. You know, if we look here and I see CC, I see what you just put in. Give me 1 second here. You know, if we look at the SPY here, you know, we've been very range bound overall for a long time here. And yes, while we had this small range going on here that we are breaking out of to today, you know, I'm just not going to rush things. That's all there is to it. A fool and their money and all that stuff like that. And I've always been caught as a fool when I rush into anything, especially on Mondays. And yes, have I missed some good opportunities on Mondays because of it? Absolutely, I have. And am I upset about those that I missed? Of course I am. But with that said, I just rather be careful. Now we're asking about precious metals AG. So let's throw up an AG chart. Precious metals have a nice look coming out of 2022 into 2023. AG, I think it's mostly silver, right? Yeah. Gold and silver. We show here, you know, sorry, I thought I could highlight that. AG, maybe a little more lagging than a few of the others, but we could call this maybe a cup and handle trying to form here. I'm going to need this to do that, though, to really officially call it a cup and handle. I think a break over 10 is huge for this. Could send it on its way this way. Will it get there? Not a clue. No way to know that. But overall, precious metals do have a nice look to them, and possibly they have that kind of look of energy coming out of 2020 into 2021. 2022 energy kind of, you know, it was stronger than the overall market, but it did not continue the way it did through 2021. What was the other one? AEM. Not familiar with this. Now, this is a much nicer looking chart here. Much nicer looking chart here. And someone will say, Chris, why would you say that? And I would say, oh, look at this beautiful trend that we've got going on right now. We're right up into this level here. So we've got a very nice ascending triangle happening here. This will have to resolve itself. If I saw a pullback to this level and it held in here, I might consider that pullback healthy. Maybe a stop somewhere around the 50 level and trying to work it back to that 55 and then 60 level. So that's what I would see there. This is a much more constructive, much nicer chart. Gives some if-then bullish situations there. But we'll see as the saying goes. You know, this seems to be a level here for it as well, kind of on the short term, if someone's looking at trying to get into it now, up above this level. Peter, I haven't heard back from them yet. I won't lie. The nerves have creeped in a little bit more. You know, while I think I did well on the test and I won't get a score, I'll only get a pass or fail. You know, the longer I sit with it, you know, I start thinking to myself some of the questions that really kind of upset me with the way they were worded. And if, you know, like I said, the big part of those tests are they're trying to trick you. It's not about whether you know the material. It's whether or not you can not be tricked by the questions. So, you know, and it's only level 1. So after that, we'll see what happens. You know, I can't enroll for level 2 until I get my level 1 results back. For those that are wondering what Peter asked me about and what I'm referencing, I'm talking about Charter Market Technician. So seeing if I can't get myself designated as that for fun. I'm teasing. It's not just for, it is partially for fun because I very much enjoy what I do with charts and trading and all that. But, you know, obviously there's deeper reasons into wanting to do that. So there is that. You got it, CC. And again, you know, as I always say, beauty's in the eye of the chart holder. Obviously, let's just draw a line on here. Let's put that at the, you know, kind of top of today. Match it up if we need to. And let's draw this line here. And always think of these as approximations. So if you were, you know, if you really believe in this one for whatever reason, you know, maybe you're looking at an entry on another test of 56 up here. And you're looking down here as your stop, down here, giving yourself maybe 53 and a $3 wide stop. I don't know what you're thinking in all this. I don't know how long-term you're looking at this. So it's all going to vary on those kinds of items.
And obviously, I'm never going to say this level's a buy and that level's a sell and this is that, but just looking at areas that are going to generate interest in general. And let's face it, you have some very, very, very big names out there right now that are looking at precious metals and specifically gold. All-Star Charts, JC Peretz and his crew, they are all over precious metals coming out of last year into this year. Anybody that knows JC at all knows that he started his career as a huge gold bug, then became the biggest gold troll that was out there. And I won't say he's a gold bug now, but he has put out a lot of stuff on Twitter indicating that he is very bullish on gold again. So gold and precious metals and all that kind of lumped into that crew. So if you're looking for other confirmations or you're looking for other research reports, maybe check out All-Star Charts on Twitter, see what he's got to throw up there for some different charts. JC, met him at the symposium last year. Really nice guy, smart guy. I've definitely stolen a lot of what I like to look at on charts, especially when we're coming out of rounded bases like this that we've got going on here. When you're looking at, I'm always looking at people that have been doing it longer than me. What are they seeing? It doesn't mean that I am fully, just pay attention to this guy or just do what this guy's doing or what this guy's saying or anything like that. But it's just, take everything with a grain of salt. And as I tell people, I steal everything that I have is stolen from someone. And then I add my own tweaks to it, obviously. So there's a lot of things that I've over the years stolen for example from Steve here and Andy and Jamie and Michael and Barry. Then I add my own 2 cents into it afterwards. And that's what I encourage other people to do. There's a lot of great work out there done already to help us along our way and give us that boost. And then, we do the work from there ourselves, the next leg of the work ourselves. So, but AEM, I like this chart a lot. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I like it, without a question. Especially, people say, well, why as you look at it, do you like more? Well, all right. So I'll give you the one negative, this bottom, and then we took out that bottom. But then we've got this here, and then we've got this here, and now we've got this here. And so it's like we're taking steps up for higher lows, and then, this was a higher high, and now we took out that higher high, and now we've taken it out again. And I would like to see us kind of hang around in this area up here again, and that would be 1, 2, 3, and a 4th step up, really kind of confirming a trend off of that low. And generally speaking, especially with longer term trading and CMT talk and things like that, we talk about primary and secondary trends. Right now, it's still kind of in a secondary trend. Secondary trends can be weeks to months. Primary trends are months to years. We're in the months now. We're passing through the weeks. And so I would say that this is giving itself to set up as a primary trend again into that months and years kind of thing. Yeah, Michael's definitely bullish for the moment anyways. And Michael, something I steal from Michael, to be honest, is Michael flip his hat, whether he's bullish something or bearish something. I won't even say bullish or bearish necessarily, but whether Michael likes something or dislikes something, he may really like something today, and in a day and a half, he may not like it anymore. He doesn't marry anything, other than his wife, obviously. So when it comes to stocks, though, Michael flip as quickly as the evidence presents itself to flip one side or the other. And that's that. So that's why, for me anyways, Michael has definitely been a big help. Going back years, I'm not just talking about working with him over the last couple of years, but even before that, he's been a big help in in opening my eyes into not just getting married to something and just gonna pound a narrative on the table and it's got to be this way because I believe in this narrative or these numbers or whatever it is. What do the charts say? What do the charts say? Same thing with Steve. What do the charts say? What do the charts say? Again, folks with questions, please throw those out there. Obviously, there's a number of you that didn't care for the content going on here. As the viewership numbers have nosedive since I took over. Con L, not to be confused with my energy provider, Con Ed. What are you? Long Coinbase daily ETF. All right, that seems extremely ridiculous, but whatever. So I'm guessing Coin is having a good day here. as with the rest of the crypto world. And that looks almost exactly like this chart right that we just saw a second ago. So I guess if you're looking for a leverage way to play coin, which an ETF, I never actually heard of single stock ETFs till the other day. I thought it was a joke, actually, when I saw it. Apparently, it is not a joke. But if that is something you're looking for, basically trading a stock and a leveraged version of the stock through an ETF, there you go. Have at it. I will be steering right clear of things like that, quite personally. And all right, yeah. So there you have it, sports fans, as the saying goes. What else? What else? What else is happening in the world here today? A lot of food. A lot of food distributors were looking good. Some charts in a second here. I'm going to type out a message to someone. Let me find what I'm looking for. I threw out some tweets of some different charts over the weekend. And let's see if I can't find some of these food distributors I was looking at. Trying to scroll back through my Twitter feed here. Bear with me a moment, folks. Where the heck? Here we go. So a few of these to throw out here. ARMK. There we go. So we can see this here. Nice consolidation that went on through here. Excuse my crude drawing. It's broken above that level. Kind of sitting up there right now. What else? LW. Looking real good after these earnings. So a long time, really long time, this kind of sideways run. Busted out here on earnings. And looks like it's setting up nice to try to challenge this $100 level. And last but not least, US Food. Familiar with this company as my long time work in restaurants. They were a distributor for most of the restaurants that I worked at, or partially distributed for restaurants. And another nice one here. It's a little bit of a stretch as far as I'm concerned, but you could kind of make a bull flag case that's gone on here. Bull flags for you CMT fans, you measure the pull, and that would be your tentative target. Does that mean it'll get there? No, but that's Bull Whiskey's work. Talks about that, and a few other people through the CMT world that have done a lot of research. So as it breaks above this, there might be some leg on this still here as it continues a very, very nice trend here over the last 1, 2, 3, and into a fourth day. Some good looking stuff there. Jerome Powell tomorrow. Will I day trade? Possibly. it'll really just depend on what shows up, essentially. I don't think there's anything major coming out tomorrow, right? I think he's just running his mouth as usual. No big decisions being made, I don't think. Sorry, setting some price alerts. Chris, any suggestions you have to follow for change of direction? 2-3 swing moving average. Nothing specific. For change of direction, I don't have anything specific. Sorry. Maybe checking out position in the last 5 days and finding stuff that's breaking away from the lows of the last 5 days might be something you want to look at. Yeah, I think Cisco's publicly traded too. They didn't come across any of my scanners, so whatever Cisco Foods has got going on wasn't enough for them to get alerted to what I've got going on here.
Mara.
Change of direction. Trying to think.
CTMX.
Bear with me a moment here. And again, throw some questions at me, folks. Go. Excelente. So yeah, again, CC. I'll day trade tomorrow. I'm going into tomorrow planning to make some day trades, as long as things kind of show up and unfold that way for me. They don't. That's all there is to it.
BR.
Here's something I just got an alert for, a price alert. Looking at this here, coming out of the strength alerts. I had a high rating this morning. Long base here. Considering a position in this, not going to take it right now, but soybean farming, huh? Not a big fan of soy myself, but if it can make me some money, why not? No, I remain pretty neutral, Red. Generally speaking, I am neutral unless we have a really good trend on our hands to the long side. I'm still looking at this right now. Kind of looking at this trend line here, or we can, change. We could of course change this up a lot. Come on, drawing tools leave something to be desired here. We could even back it all the way up to here, and we can see bang, 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 and so we continue to make lower highs long term right now on a what I'd call primary trend. And we continue to make lower lows as well here. So I remain neutral, though. I don't know why. Putting that up should make me bearish, right? But I guess in my heart I'm more of a bull than a bear. I guess we could call it that. But there's so many stocks that keep making lifetime highs, and you look at the Dow, it's a completely different story. Look at the diamonds here, completely different story as compared to the SPY. And, I could do this too with the Dow, I suppose. I can match up some descending trend lines here. We could call this a descending trend line that's now broke. and now it's testing back the other way, and this makes more of a bullish case. And I think it kind of brings back into focus that difference between growth and value right now that's been going on for the last 14 months, give or take. And that value is still kicking growth's tail in the end of things. And you're going to find more value here with these specific 30 stocks that make up the Dow Jones versus the 500 that make up the S&P 500. So that's how I would take a look at it in that regard. So I guess that's why I have
TNF.
a neutral look instead of a bearish or bullish. It won't take much for me to lean a bit more bullish. And I guess to the flip side, it won't take much more for me to lean more bearish as well. But for now, I'll say I'm in a neutral position as far as things go. But if we were to, and I'll share this out with you folks for those that don't have it, but lifetime high, let's see if anything's hitting it. This is more of a after hour scan for me looking for ideas because of the volume that stocks need to have done in it. So, we're not through the full day right now, but let's just see what's in there. So this is a scan looking for stocks within 15% of their lifetime highs. And when, you've got, and there's some volume metrics in here. So just to go over what's in it. Stocks, I'm going to put I only have it up to 50, but I'm going to put it to 250. I think it's a better snapshot of what's going on. They have to trade at $1 million. They have to trade 1 million shares in a relative volume of 1, and they got to be within 15% of their lifetime high, minimum of $8. And let's just take a look here. And I mean, that's a pretty good list of stocks right now that are within 15% of their lifetime highs, especially if we're in a quote unquote bear market. Arguments can be made for either side if we're in a bull market or bear market. I'm not going to get into splitting hairs on that kind of stuff. I'll just say that the SPY technically remains in a bear market for now because we haven't taken out anything to put us into a bull market again, technically. But the argument could be made either side, and I'll let people that like to argue do that. I don't like to argue. The royal you are welcome to take whichever side of that coin that you want. There's a lot of stocks here sitting up near all-time highs right now. This is probably a buyout, so it's a bad example, but AEHR, just sitting up here near all-time highs again. And again, we've got the same thing here, as we go right down the line here. And so, people kid around, I'll take things that you don't see in bear markets for $1,000, Alex. Now, is it the kind of market where we had in the second half of 2020 and the first half of 2021 where rising tide lifts all boats, you could literally just pull tickers out of a Scrabble bag and make some money? No, it's obviously not like that. It is a quote unquote stock pickers market. Those that are willing to put the legwork in, understand trends, understand risk management, apply that risk management, which I think is just as hard as understanding risk management. Risk management means something different to everybody, of course. But look at all these, look at all this that's sitting up near within 15% of lifetime highs. And I suspect as long as we don't get a big sell-off in the market today, that this list will grow throughout the day. And again, you're going to see some more value names: TJ Maxx, Mobile Exxon, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, Bristol Myers. We're not seeing your Zooms and your Pelotons and your Teslas. You won't see Tesla on this anyways although Tesla isn't too far off. Actually, yeah, you could see Tesla on this. I put it at 250. You're not seeing those stocks on here right now. You're not seeing those quote unquote huge growth names that we saw over the past couple of years. You're seeing more kind of value names again. First Solar, I think this is more of a value name. WWE, I don't know how to really classify this, but I suppose this is more value than growth, I guess. I don't know.
ATNF.
Those are the kind of things that I would point out. You know, your coal mining here is not a growth name. Coal is not growth, or I wouldn't be considering it a growth name. Jeff, I agree with you. I agree that a lot of stuff feels like a chase today. Oh, so hold on one second. I got to take a screenshot. This is the first time a chart didn't load for me. I got to ship this off to the bosses here. Pardon me for 1 second, just trying to find where I need to be in life. Okay, there we go. And then, sorry, get back to what you had there, Jeff, and then I'll circle back. Sorry, I see Red Portfolio and CC had something in there too. That's why I'm kind of sitting on my hands. You know, I'm looking at this here, Jeff. You can see where we started out for this, and we can see this move on new highs versus new lows recently. And so maybe it was a chase early on, but what happens if we start to get towards power hour later and things are looking strong again? There might be some things longer term, some of these charts that have gone on that I'm thinking about. For example, this BRBR, I might grab, you know, some of that going into the close for a longer term position. Like I said, I did grab this early in the morning for a long-term position here on a break on the high of last week. And I will hold this, you know, like I said, somewhere down here in the 1750 range is where I'll consider myself wrong, giving it some kind of flexibility in there. If we get up over 20, I might harvest a little bit of profit and start to, you know, move that stop towards break even to keep the money that I've got in there. But I would like this to turn into a very long-term position. When I say very long-term, that could be 7 days, that could be 7 weeks. That's exactly it. Risk management, you know, just not going to chase it, especially on a Monday. Just too much, you know, there's too many people with a hair trigger out there that can actually move the market ready to sell off. And while they also have the hair trigger ready to move the market up, I have no way to know what's going to happen. And I'm just simply not going to risk money on unknowns. And will I miss out on things to the upside by proceeding like that? Again, yes, I will. Just the way it goes sometimes. Nothing I can do about it. Going to manage my risk. I've got a child to feed and rent to pay. So I'm not out here swinging for the fences on anything ever. And then, sorry, is there a easy way to block a stock you don't want to see? You could do this. You could go to tools, symbols list, and then, you know, create a new list and called stocks I hate or whatever you want to call it. All right. And then, you know, you go in here and start putting in those stocks, and then you would come to whatever scan you want to use like that, configure, and you go to symbols list, and on the add list, you would go to look for, I think this is in alphabetical order now. So there, stocks I hate. You'd click that, you see it here, you put a check mark in it and go exclude the following lists. And that's how you do it. Obviously, if you're having a list you're following, the stock you don't like wouldn't be on there anyways. So there would be no need to exclude it, because if you're looking at a specific symbol list anyways, it won't be there. So that's how I would do that. That's how you would do that. Get rid of all that. Get rid of that. Sorry, I just want to get rid of that symbols list. I don't want it jamming up Anything in here? Delete list. Adios. And perfect. And then, do I like INTC, AMD, NVIDIA, or TSM? Do I like them? Let's take a look. Like is a very subjective term. Not really. I mean, you know, Intel, I think I was picking on this one a lot. And we got to go back to like 2000. Look, I mean, look at where this is. I mean, this is below where it was trading in 2016. Maybe if we could get up above this level here, then maybe, you know, then maybe I guess, but I won't be partaking in it. There's never a 0% chance of something happening, but there will be a very close to 0% chance I have any interest in a position in INTC whatsoever on any account of mine. AMD. Yeah, same thing here. You know, you got to go back to 2020. That's not that bad, I guess. But, you know, again, maybe if we take something out around here, you know, come out of this range and up there, then maybe, I guess, if you believe in them for whatever reason. But I like buying stocks going up. You know, I'm very big into buying stocks going up, not going down. That doesn't mean you just run right into them. You look at stocks going up and then you formulate a plan. If I want to be a buyer, what level am I a buyer? If I'm wrong, what level is my stop and my out? If I'm right, how am I managing this trade to the upside? That's how I look at stocks going up. What was the other ones here? NVDA. Again, same concept here. And we can even see this big head fake that happened here that reversed. One could even say that was a bear flag. And that's a failed bear flag, you know, a bear flag that's moving, and that we're going to see more this way. One could say that. I am not saying that. I'm just saying one could. NVIDIA. Sorry, I got to shut this off now. Was that all of them? TSM was number 4. And again, same thing here. Now this one, maybe you could start to call in the weekly that you have a bull flag actually happening here with TSM. Might be able to call a short-term bull flag. I wouldn't call it a long-term bull flag. But again, you know, after this happened here, you've got lower highs and you've got lower lows. So it's going to take some convincing above this level to start to put a different trend in there. And so that's what I would say on those 4 there. Now, again, time frame matters. These are obviously going to be stocks that give me one second here. You know, if these are stocks that you're trying to find a long-term position in, and by long-term, I don't know, 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, and you're trying to, you know, kind of pick a bottom on them, perhaps then, you know, looking at things like that. But that's kind of where I'm looking towards with those items there. Lots of shorts. Yeah, so that's one of those things. I'm not looking at fundamentals at all. So if you've got a fundamental reason that you like a stock, I always like the saying: the fundamentals tell me what to buy, the technicals tell me when to buy. So if you've got a list of stocks you like fundamentally, go through the technicals and say to yourself, all right, well, I like it at this level. I'm going to enter at this level. And if I'm wrong at this level, I'm out. And if I'm right at these levels is how I manage the trade. And that, again, that's how I would do that. That is how I would do that. All right, we're cruising along here. Have not looked at anything in a while. LILAK. Yeah, well, let's put back on a daily chart here. No need for a weekly chart on things like this. I don't know. Couldn't. I'm gonna pass on that though. A little bit of room. HOLO, we talked about that at the beginning. This thing has continued to grind, but look at that's nasty right there. All the way down to the 490s or 480s, all the way up to 550. You got 490 on the low on that 15-minute candle. That's a nasty candle right there. CVAC, I took a day trade in this on Friday. I got out. I got some, I think, right in the 750 range. I got out of it when it couldn't really bust through 8. No, I'm lying. I got into it at like 765. I'd be lying if I said I got in the 750 range. Thinking back on it. Yeah. I got it at like 765 or 763, something like that. And when it couldn't get through 8, I sold some of the 790s. And then I got out the rest before the close of the day. And then, of course, this happens today. So what are you going to do? That would have been nice to have had 100 shares left over or something on that gap up. You got it, CC. Yes, SPY. I suspected the SPY was cooling off because of when we talked about this before. Look how much this has changed now. This has continued to plummet. This has continued to rise. And that new high versus new lows. Let's just take a look here. And SPY's pulling back some, but this is that sleepy kind of part of the day. So we'll see what the future holds. Yeah, of course, CC. And then, like I said before, take what I'm saying with a grain of salt and add your own flavor to it, Like I said earlier, a lot of what I say in general is parroted based off of things that I have asked other traders over time and what they have given me back. And again, add a little bit of my own to it afterwards. So, but yeah, let's take a look here. Sorry, I just want to bring up that SPY again. So again, this trend line looms big. This downtrend line, we can see we've, poked over it a couple times. Slight poke over there, slight poke over here, gapped up over it and gave it up here. But then the flip side of it, again, on the diamonds representing your Dow 30, we had, slight poke here, slight poke there, got up over it here, and we've come back down and we're testing it here, and we'll see what happens. I think it's it's a mixed bag on this market here. Look at the Qs. I haven't looked at any of your bellwether stocks in a long time. I don't know how long there'll be bellwether stocks for your Apples and your Netflixes and your
ATNF.
Metas and all that stuff. So the Q's kind of similar to what the SPY has done. Let me get rid of some of the stuff in here. And, you know, again, the Q's much uglier looking off this top here. That was not what I wanted. Trim line. You know, Q's much nastier on this downtrend here. Much nastier. And again, that continues to show the difference of value versus growth. But you have quote unquote value stocks that are not healthy looking. Apple. I don't know whether you want to call Meta a value or a growth stock. It could go either way. I believe the fundamentals on Meta look good, if I'm not mistaken. Or they don't look terrible anyways, or I don't think they look as terrible as price reflects. Got earnings coming up pretty soon here, right? A couple of weeks. So, you know, Netflix, you know, big bounce after this here, or good size bounce anyways. You know, all the way down here under 200, now back up over 300. So yeah, it's a pretty good bounce on Netflix. Still way off these highs, but really undiscernible as far as a trend goes, right? You know, where do we draw a down trend line on this thing? Yeah, we had that one here and it, you know, smashed through and then really come right back through it again. So, you know, where do we draw these trend lines from? How do we decide here? Who decides? Obviously, again, beauty is in the eye of the chart holder. But I'd say Netflix is doing work, trying to bring the market back up a little bit here. Who else am I missing? Who's someone big that I'm not listing? Google, right? The Googs. Boy, this is
CTMX.
see. This is why I don't say when things are going well. Sorry, the single stock window's not updated. This thing's not updating here. There you have it, folks. Finally, all right. You know, Google looks really terrible. I do not have any clue what the fundamentals look on that whatsoever, but that is a terrible looking chart. Unless you're a bear, then you love that chart. Amazon. Is this it? Amazon? Yeah. Another terrible looking chart. Again, unless you're a bear. But perhaps you're one of those people that are saying, man, I wish I'd had an entry at it at these levels before. And if I get an entry at it again, perhaps you're one of those people and you want an entry to it from here and you have fundamental reasons that you like it. And now you just need your technical reasons to get in to line up for you. You know, again, beauty in the eye of the chart holder and all that kind of stuff. So there's that. And as I, again, like to say, there you have it, sports fans. Seeing some stuff climbing here. SMRT. Nah, no. It's GRY. Nah, no. Not that I'm interested in anyways.
CTMX.
What else? No, I'm running out here, folks.
ATNF.
So that's that. As Homer would say, I am so smart. Good old Homer Simpson. Saw the Simpsons were trending this morning. No idea why. On Twitter, that is. I don't know if they're trending anywhere else. And did not look at that. All right, folks, let's see here. Sorry, getting myself back into position with my earphones for when Mr. Barry comes back in. Hopefully he had a nice break, could relax a little bit. I always say, I don't know how Barry does this. He's saying hello to us in the morning at 7 o'clock my time, which means it's 4 o'clock his time. And I get up early. I get up at 5 o'clock my time. I could not get up at 4 o'clock my time. If I could, yes. I don't know how well I'd be functioning. Let's see. Is there anything else?
With great difficulty, that's how you'd be functioning. By the way, when you mentioned Homer, I think, my, we're getting very literate here. I thought you were talking about the Greek poet, but nope, you're talking about the Simpsons.
Well, that's what I was talking. Unless Jonathan was referencing the Greek poet, and then, well,
I doubt it. I doubt it.
I've always meant to reread all that again someday when I
Yeah.
have time again.
Well, you sound like you've actually had some time today.
Well, yeah, at the desk. I don't think I should read on company time though. As much as I would love to,
Right.
I don't think that would be smiled upon, to say the least.
But who'd know?
It's true. That's
Who
true.
would
I
know?
would know, Barry. I would know.
You would know, and you're a good man.
I
Yeah,
do try.
until they start saying you must be on camera the entire time so Big Brother can watch you. Yeah, I mean, that's not going to happen because I think the people that would want that would not want to be on camera.
Yes, I concur. I
You
concur.
concur.
Try to.
So,
try to
my
use the
friend, I'll
fanciest
take over
words
if you
that I know.
want. You got to, unless you want to stick around for another 3 minutes.
No, you can have at it. I have to disappear for roughly an hour. I have to take the little one to the dentist today.
Okay.
I get to be the bad guy when it comes to shots and dentists and things like that. You know, I'm stuck with those parenting duties always.
What sort of dental care do you guys have? How does that work?
Well, I mean, she
Like in
just
terms
has
of an insurance, like an insurance.
I have whatever is offered through here essentially. And that's it. So, I mean,
Okay.
I think checkups twice a year are covered, and some stuff with fluoride and
Okay.
whatever
What about
else.
braces? How does she need braces or anything like
She
that?
does not. I'm gonna knock on wood here. So far, through
Okay.
all the X-rays and everything, the dentist we've been seeing for years and years and years and years has said, I don't foresee that happening. She said, I won't rule it out completely. Maybe you want to stash away a little extra something on the side in case that ever happens. I forget what the percentages are covered through the plan. Obviously it's never enough.
Yeah.
It's never even
Braces
close
are
to enough.
expensive.
As someone, as full disclosure, I had all the works done. I had, top and bottom braces and headgear
really?
for the top and rubber bands and all that stuff like that. I had the full works on that. So as someone who had that from their early teens through their late teens, I can attest
really?
to how
So
awful that is.
you were kind of late. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes, I was late on all of it.
Well, now they've got Invisalign or something like that. So I don't know if it's cheaper, but it certainly doesn't. It's not quite as obtrusive looking.
Nope, not at all. So, but I'll fingers crossed I don't have to do any of that with the little one.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure we regaled people with that information about your little one. On that note, I'll definitely let you go. So thanks, Chris.
All right, Barry, you take care and hit 100%.
Here we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Take care, Barry. Adios,
Okay.
everybody.
and I'm back in the main room. So I'm back in all the rooms. Yeah, the float on MNV, I don't think there is float information out yet. Let me just do a quick look. I know we don't have any float information. The question was, what is the float? Sometimes it's really, really tough to know what the float is. Yeah, see, not available, not available, not available, not available. Here's four different websites or five different websites, just not available. You might want to look to see because it was an IPO or maybe a SPAC. You have to look at the how many shares they issued. Okay. And we just don't have the official float information. Nobody does. It's really, sometimes it's very difficult to get a handle on that when it's 3 days old. It's going to be low though. But I mean, this has just been a disaster. Absolutely a disaster. Sugar. Just as I was getting back into the rooms, I was looking at this Dawn as a potential short, DAWN as a potential short. And yeah, on that 24, I'm sorry, it was a 23 break. Too bad, because I was looking at this because when you look left, I mean, the next low is 2068. So I mean, it had a great day, great pop, but a big sell-off for DAWN. Let's see, received a buy from who? From Gold. Ooh, day one. Received a buy from Goldman. All right. But the markets just sold off. I mean, rose on promising data in brain tumor study. I mean, yes, before the market opened, I mean, it got up to what? $25? No, sorry, $40. I mean, it was $40. So it's been cut in half. Again, I don't know how many shares traded at 40, but keep an eye on GMVD, guys. Why? Look at the VWAP 616. So it's just underneath it. Let's see if it takes it out. To me, I mean, if it could take out, say, 620 or so, that might get it rocking again. Why? Well, excuse me, look at the 15-minute chart, and you'll see 1, 2, 3 in a row, and almost four 15-minute highs. Okay, right at that 620, which is just over the VWAP. So I'd probably be keeping an eye on this GMVD. I mean, it's super, super speculative, of course. Only 692,000 shares in the float, but it did get up to 850 earlier. Traders have a way of sometimes re-entering. So I would definitely, take a look at it if it takes up over 620. Now, it doesn't mean to take the trade. I'm just saying that would be an interesting area for it to take out. Here's another interesting one. The RVNC, look what it's doing, 2758. So it's just a little bit above the VWAP, okay? RVNC had the tremendous run at the beginning of the day, and now it is just a little bit above the VWAP. I would be putting an alert, 2758. So I'm going to stick an alert around, I'm going to stick an alert around 2753, see if it takes out the VWAP. Because if it does, I mean, it's got a long way to fall. So that's the RVNC. Now, listen, it may hold a VWAP and it might pop. I'm going to bracket these alerts, maybe put an alert at 2860 and see if it can take out that and maybe have a little challenge to the high of the day, which is around 2943. Got a little bit of room. This, excuse me, this GPS, it's at 1207 right now. Highs right there at 1212 and 1208, but after that, the next high is 1255. So a little bit of room, not a ton of room. And again, when I say room, I'm just looking left to see where the next highs are. Doesn't mean absolutely well, two things. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, nor does it mean it'll stop if it gets to the high. But I just like to have an idea about where the next high is for a stock. Going through some of these on the large cap gainers from the open, the ones that are just above a whole number, and see what happens, or near a whole number, and just kind of see what happens. What are they looking like? VRT, just kind of basing. Another one that's just over the VWAP, 1490 is the VWAP. It's at 15. This is VRT. But again, I look left, and what am I going to see is the next high is 1574. So you know what? I mean, this has got a little bit of room. I mean, it's at 1503 now. Okay, Man U, for whatever reason, maybe they're getting closer and closer to somebody buying them. MANU, Man U. So today being the first Monday in January, that was not a holiday. I'm in a development meeting. I have this once a month, so I'm in a development meeting at 2 o'clock. And it should be an interesting one because, I mean, with all that's happened with the program over the last, really starting last week. But as I said to Chris, definitely the chart performance is night and day from last week. I haven't had that today, Poe. I have not had that. I think I only had two occurrences where the 15-minute chart wouldn't work, but I have not had the same thing. Let me, I haven't typed too many symbols in, to be honest, but let me just see. The only thing I can see is there's maybe just the slightest delay as opposed to when you click on a symbol, when you typing it in. Mara? Okay, let's take a look at Mara. Yeah, so I mean, listen, believe me, I'm the first one to point out, okay, I hate to use the word complain, but I'm the first one to point out any problems because I'm the biggest user within the company of trade ideas. But I have not seen, I haven't typed in that many symbols today. The only thing I see is a slighter delay than when you click on an alert, but not much. Well, now, guys, the SPY is actually a green bar ignored on the SPY. SPY is actually making a break here. So there's a green bar ignored on the SPY. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. This is actually an absolute green bar ignored. What's the low here? The low here is 391.86 and the low is 3. So barely, actually I'm wrong. I can't believe it, but by a penny. Well, almost a 100% green bar ignored. So you've got that red bar, you've got that green bar almost totally engulfed by that previous red candle. I guess that green bar was just a penny below. So it's almost, and then the next bar is red. But it took out that 391.88, which is the low of the candle. But we'll see what happens on this one. See if we get multiple red bars, or it's just going to be a momentary pause here. All right, this is an interesting one. Now it's just below the whole number, but look left and for RBLX, okay, RBLX. And the next high looking left is 33.75. We're at 39, so about $3 away. That's pretty interesting. I wish it weren't. I wish it weren't near the whole number. So near the whole number. I wish we were above that whole number. So let me just keep typing some symbols in. Yeah. Now a lot of it can be the server you're on also, but yeah, I've had no issues today whatsoever, really. See, this one showed up while I was on my break. Just NVEI as a 10-day daily breakout. Goldman Sachs turns bullish on this company. Sets a $35 price target, and that's for the NVEI. It doesn't mean it's getting there. Yeah, still not where I want it to be, but if you're in it, good luck, Todd. I have my price alert set from at 620 or so. It was close. Still hanging right at the VWAP, actually. Well, right underneath it. 615 is the VWAP, and it's at 611 right now. You know, one had a run, and this is the buyout, but it had it had about $1 move. It had the alert at 2811. This is the CINC. Where did it get to? Yeah, so I don't know if I don't know what the buyout is in terms of the structure, if it's all cash or a combination of cash and stock or just stock, because that, of course, can influence. ZI looks like it's making a move here. ZI. Yeah, nice little move actually over the 26 mark now. And what's the high in the pre-market was 26.34. It's got a little bit of room, but if you look at the 27.47 is the actual next high in the daily chart for ZI. And 26, excuse me, 2609 was the high on Friday for ZI. So it had big sell-off for 4 days, pretty big sell-off for 4 days from 30.78 down to, well, actually, it has a big sell-off over 4 days from 30 down to 24. Yeah, I would really pay attention to the GMVD. 620 taking out 620. I could get it rocking again, guys. I mean, it hit 8 something, 860 or so. So it's basing nicely. Still just, really kind of around that VWAP area. I would not anticipate it's going to take it out. Avatar, no, it's not. Avantor. Let's see. What is this one doing in terms of 2170? You couldn't help yourself, Todd, right? You had to buy it now. Well, as always, hope it works out for you. So, William, I know you see this AVTR. So, to me, the 2170 mark looks like pretty good resistance. This is from Zach's topping tail scan. Yeah, that spread the bid has to catch up to the ask for GMVD. 605, 613. It's a pretty tough spread for a $6 stock. It just has to take out the VWAP. 614 is the VWAP for GMVD. Okay, guys, I'm going to do my video now because again at 2 o'clock I will have to be in this meeting. So I'm going to do my video now. It's 1:20, say 5. I should be back certainly no later than 1:35. Okay, guys, so let me mute everything. All right, guys, I'm back. So just kind of watching this RVNC to see if we have a break down or a breakout. Okay, just kind of, I doubt if it's going to stay here for the rest of the day. It's the RVNC. 2759 is the VWAP, so getting closer to that VWAP. And of course, the attraction is if it takes out the VWAP on the way down. Look at all the like looking left. I mean, there's a 15-minute chart there or a candle there, 2668, and of course way down here at 22. So the European WAC Center, okay, EWCZ. 1612. Yeah, looks like there's too much resistance not that far away. Whole number of 16, and then I'm looking left. I see 1612. 1606. So it looks like there's just too much resistance for me anyway. I think somebody posted regarding Manu. I think somebody posted that some fund in Qatar or Qatar maybe bio targets for Qatar fund, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Didn't last long, up to 25, 23, and then right back down. I mean, this has been the rumor for a long time. Some kind of a buyout for Manu. Okay, so this has got a little bit of room, this GPS. The next high looking left is 1255. A little bit of room. I think it just, the highs over here were 1212 and 1208. So it's a little bit above those highs on the daily. But I'm not seeing much, guys. I'm really not seeing too much right now. WWE, we were active on Friday for sure. WWE, yeah, it's looked pretty active. Couldn't take out Friday's high. What did it get to? Right to the penny? 89.43, the high on Friday, and 89.50. So basically, yeah, it got stalled at Friday's high. And yeah, interesting. There's the VWAP, 87.72. So it's below the VWAP. This is not, if I looked at a 15-minute chart, there may be some support right around 87. So you might only have about 50 cents to that little support area. So I don't know if that's good enough on an $87 stock. If that weren't there, these 315-minute candles, and look, I mean, there's no guarantee that's going to be support for it, but it could be. Otherwise, that's a great break of the VWAP. Great kind of rejection at Friday's high for WWE. I'm always amazed they're still around. I mean, the APGN is one of those that, I mean, it's basing really nicely. 196 is the VWAP, so it's kind of at the VWAP. And if it gets some volume to come in and get it to move, anything is possible. Had some news. EF Hutton, yeah, right. EF Hutton with the $8 price target. So that's the news for APGN. Okay, and that's why it's up 124%. No other reason that I can see. But need some volume. I mean, look, they definitely need some volume. Are you sure? Hopefully you're not in both rooms, are you, One Voice? Unless everybody says there are echoes, then it's got to be on your system. Sometimes people go into YouTube and then they come into the main room also. So you will definitely get an echo if you're doing that. But unless I get a lot of people saying there are echoes, then it's got to be on your end. Yeah, so nobody else is saying they have echoes, so it's got to be on your end. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Todd, I wanted to just tell you, don't do it. Wait for the trigger. But you know that now. That is possible also. One Voice, maybe you had two sessions open. You better maybe check your browser tabs. But you had a stop, so I know you didn't didn't get killed on it or anything, but I'm just super, super stubborn about waiting for my price alert. And if I don't get it, I just don't take the trade. Well, right now, One Voice, nothing really that I can see that has got good movement right now. I mean, we're in a bit of holding pattern. Some of the stuff that I'm looking at. This RVNC is something that I'm, waiting to see if it breaks up or down. So it's not like I can say, oh yeah, this one, pile into this one. Here's another one that is, I mean, it's still up 8%, not much. Big, big pop in the pre-market up to $11. But you look at these things and you think, well, how can this fail like this? 27 million in the float, so it's not high float. $175 million upfront cash plus equity investment by NBIX. The market just doesn't care. No, maybe it's more, maybe they're viewing it more like a financing. I don't know. Because I guess if it had said $175 million upfront cash, no strings attached, you would think this one just rocket. But nope. Now the SPY is putting in a pretty decent red bar now. So if you're in anything long, unless it's truly an alpha stock trading on its own, either a specific press release for it, some news, or maybe it's one of those low floaters that market doesn't care about. Well, you better be aware of what the SPY is doing. Yeah, so some of these large cap gainers from the open, if this market continues like this, some of these might turn into short ops, short opportunities. There's Fluor. Should be shorting GameStop right here. GME, it's a little bit choppy though in that 15. But it's through the VWAP, 1679, so it is through the VWAP. Now I have the VWAP at 512, William, for MMV. So I mean it's $1.80 away or so. 493 for you. Interesting. Boy, this is just basing here. RVNC is just not moving. You know, this is no way it's going to stay here for the rest of the day. It's just a matter of which direction. Okay, CC, good luck in our YouTube room. Somebody took it at 27.92. I'm waiting for a break underneath or a break on top. But good luck. You mentioned this HRMY pre-market. Oh, I see. That's right. That's what you're talking about. Was it Captain or? So the CEO left this company for Novavax. I see. Ah, shoot. Should have. There was really no volume on this one in the pre-market. HRMY. Shoot. No way it stays here. No way. No way. Not the way it's traded, in my opinion. Robin Hood. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, guys. Well, things have slowed to a crawl for me anyway. Most of the things that I'm looking at anyway. Other one that's approaching HashiCorp. I wonder what they do. No, they don't do what I thought they did. Okay, HashiCorp, HCP, approaching the VWAP 2624. So it's approaching the VWAP. See what it does there. Does it hold the VWAP and bounce off it, or does it now? If this takes out the VWAP, then there's quite a bit of room underneath. You guys are talking about fate. Oh yeah, that 45-degree. Yeah, yeah, it does have a lot of room looking left. A lot of room. I mean, look at a lot of these that I'm clicking on. I mean, they're just kind of, basing, not doing too much. XPO, another one just over the VWAP. XPO. Just clicking on some of the ones in the large cap gainers. Ooh, here's an interesting one. Maybe, guys, will it take out the VWAP? WWW, Wolverine Worldwide. Will it take out the VWAP? 1115 is the VWAP. Underneath, looks worse than it is. Yeah, it looks like there's, decent support around 11. So just not enough room for it to move down. I was hoping that bottom of that candle would be around 1050, but it is not. Yeah, too bad. This one's got, this had a nice couple of days. AIRS, AIRS, nice couple of days. But I'm looking left and I see $5. The stock is at 473. So, might just stall right there. Low float, 6.9 million in the float. All right, guys. So getting close to this meeting, I'm going to be in at 2:00, about 6 minutes away. I'll be putting myself on mute soon. Yeah, these are just ideas, CC. They're not, I point out areas that I think I would take a trade. These are just ideas. And of course, doesn't meet your trading plan, or not just you, but anybody's trading plan, then yeah, you don't take the trade. Boy, Fate is still strong. $11. Next high looking left. Is there news for this one? Other than Goldman Sachs maintaining a sell, lowering their price target to 4. That's the only news I see right now. So far, they're thumbing their nose at Goldman Sachs. They had an initial $10 target cut to 4. I should, I'm not trying to destroy you guys. If you guys are in this one, I'm not trying to destroy that trade or anything, but interesting, the action. All right, guys, I shall put myself, first of all, get my notice up. I'll be on mute in a meeting. Okay, so I'm muting myself. I'm still here, so the room will be open till about 3:30, 3:20 to 3:30. All right, guys, sorry about that. A very long meeting. They're talking a lot about what's happening with AWS, of course, and other things. So very long meeting. Looking at this DDL. DDL has a potential a little short here. The market, of course, is now a little bit of a disconnect we've got going, going here. We have the Dow down, NAS is up, so a little bit of a disconnect between the so-called value versus growth stocks. And the SPY is basically flat right now. So, but we've had ever since about 11:30, we've basically been moving downwards. So I am getting close to wrapping up. Are there any last minute questions here? I do want to just draw your attention to the fact that we still have that promo code on, or that promo code is still live. I'm amazed it is, but here it is. Okay, for 25% off. Again, if you click on my homepage link, don't use what you're going to see, right? Don't use the Barry 15, use the new year 25 to get 25% off. Save my link, take out a subscription using my link, helps the room, helps me. Plus, if you save my link, you have access to all my scans, the education section, which I think should be ready this week sometime. The link should be working again like they used to. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Starting to use my gap up and reverse a little bit more now, guys, especially as we are getting closer and closer to earnings season, okay? This will probably be a lot more active, number one. Not that I need a lot of activity, but I think more trending. So I'll be using my, I sort of retired it for a couple of months and just kind of waiting for earnings season to start again. And next week, what are we then? Ninth, yeah, next week. And so there's Alcoa on the 18th, and Goldman Sachs and a couple of other big banks, and then after that we'll be in full bore for earnings season. A lot of things that I saw while I was in that meeting, breaking down through the VWAP and continuing down a little bit. Keeping an eye on this DDL. Might be a little too late though, but it's got a lot of room underneath. Lots of shares available, 3.5 million. So if the market continues down like this, this might just have a bit of a fall. Yeah, Dawn, I bet you Dawn worked really, really well. Yeah, just didn't get the fill because of the uptick rule. I tried a couple of times, but yeah, even the VYGR, you're right, the VYGR actually took a little bit of this. Unfortunately, he's not still in it, but yeah. Be interesting to see what happens with VYGR tomorrow, just because of the news. I mean, it's still up. Oh, it's not up. I mean, it's up 1.44%. There's another one I was thinking of. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, if you'd seen that, I mean, that was an $11 stock pre-market. Yeah, $11, got up to $11. And, news, if you looked at the news, it looked pretty sensational. $175 million cash and equity investment by NBIX. But this is going to go negative probably. Unless there are all sorts of terms and conditions that, you don't really, until you, there you go, until you actually dive into a press release and find out what it's really about. Maybe there's just stuff I wasn't aware of. But, to go from 11 down to 7 and basically probably going to go negative. But watch it tomorrow. Watch it tomorrow. See if it perks up. Yeah, the RVNC though, look at the RVNC though, guys. The RVNC was one of the few ones that, come on, I'm just praising the the server. That's only about the third or fourth time today that the 15-minute chart did not load. So yeah, I didn't take it. I was in the meeting and I just thought I better not do it. But yeah, that 28.53 break. Now it's tacked on about $1. RVNC, as I said, PJ, if you're still in the room, I refuse to believe it's going to maintain here. It's going to break one way or the other. I actually thought it would break down, but nope, it actually broke up. All right, guys, are there any last minute questions? All right, don't see any, so I think I'll wrap this up today. I will. Thank you, Todd. Okay, guys, thanks for all the help as usual. Room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.